I'm Tiffany Dufu, and my life's work is advancing women and girls. It's pretty much why I'm on the planet. And it's why I'm thrilled to be your host as we celebrate the trailblazing women entrepreneurs driving positive change around the world. I'm also founder and CEO of The Crew. We match circles of women who collaborate to meet their life goals together. So I'm aware that even though we have majestic visions, the day-to-day life of a social impact entrepreneur is not as glamorous as these cameras are making it look right now. Every sleepless night, every fundraising pitch, every life we help change is like a tiny pebble we've hurled with all of our might. And each pebble creates a ripple effect that slowly percolates through our families, mentees, employees, clients, communities, and ultimately throughout society. Over the next 2 days, we'll hear from thought leaders, practitioners, innovators, and investors on how to trigger and sustain the ripple effect to ensure we leverage the ingenuity and power of women social entrepreneurs for widespread and long-lasting change. We also want to hear from you, and we'd love for you to interact with one another. If you're watching right now, you've already discovered the event platform at Cartier Women's Initiative 2021.com. Please submit your questions to speakers in the Q&A box on the sessions page. You can also search and filter attendees and chat with them via the platform. Watch the sessions and follow the discussions on the event platform, or you can find us on Facebook, YouTube, and on the Cartier Women's Initiative website. Thank you for joining us. If someone says something that inspires you, throw your own pebble by tweeting using the hashtag #TheRippleEffect. I'm now pleased to welcome Winji Sampio, head of Cartier Women's Initiative.
Thank you, Tiffany. I'm Winji Sampio, and I have the privilege of leading the Cartier Women Initiative. Our vision is a world in which every woman entrepreneur driving change can achieve her full potential. For the past 15 years, Cartier has been acknowledging the remarkable work of women creating social and environmental change through the Cartier Women Initiative. Our program has blossomed into a community of 200 plus women warriors, tackling some of the most pressing challenges defined by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. United by our common mission that business is an important force for good, INSEAD, the Business School for the World, has collaborated with us as our strategic academic partner. The initiative could not have come so far without our collaboration. It is with great honor for me to introduce Ilian Milkov, Dean of INSEAD, a champion for he for she.
Thank you, Winji. It is my honor to represent INSEAD at the annual Cartier Women's Initiative Awards. I want to congratulate all of the fellows on their tremendous achievements and the positive influence that you're already having on society. INSEAD is proud of our long-running partnership with Cartier, and we remain as committed as ever to helping raise the profile of women social entrepreneurs and celebrating the impact of their vital work around the globe. Here at INSEAD, the values of innovation, diversity, and the power of business to act as a force for good have been part of our DNA since we began back in 1959. Formed in the aftermath of the Second World War, INSEAD looked to bring together responsible business leaders to teach a moral approach to business that aimed to reunite Europe around the idea that peace and prosperity go hand in hand. Although many differences have narrowed since those days, societal divisions and inequalities have widened. That makes INSEAD's founding mission more relevant than ever. In 1959, we forged unity. Today, we aim to forge equity and inclusion. Championing diversity is not just the right thing to do, it also offers huge benefits to everyone involved. For example, studies have demonstrated that more women in the boardroom is good for business. Business schools have a fundamental role to play. If we want to see more women at the top, then we have to ensure that more women are coming to business schools. After all, if we don't have enough gender parity in the classroom, then it's very difficult to have gender parity at the top executive level. But it is not just about equipping our students with the necessary business skills to succeed. INSEAD also partners closely with companies to help them identify and diagnose the challenges they face when it comes to gender balance and diversity at the workplace. We're also looking at better ways of incorporating these issues into all aspects of our teaching. I'm happy to say that 1/3 of INSEAD's core courses are now linked directly to the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. We are also launching new electives on diversity, equity, and inclusion. But it is not enough to tell others what to do. We need to lead by example. Back when we started our partnership with Cartier in 2006, women made up just 22% of our MBA class. In our most recent graduating class, that figure was 37%. We now welcome more than 350 women to our MBA program each year, which places INSEAD in the top 3 business schools globally. We're not there yet, but we're working hard to represent true gender balance at INSEAD. We're also working hard to elevate INSEAD's societal impact through the Hoffman Global Institute for Business and Society. The Institute aims to engage our alumni community and build relationships with private and public sector organizations to help them make decisions that deliver positive outcomes for business, communities, people, and our planet. I'm particularly proud of how our alumni are taking what they have learned at INSEAD back to their companies. A recent INSEAD survey found that 42% of female and 32% of male INSEAD alumni in top leadership positions have co-created or substantially contributed to formal employee diversity and inclusion programs in their organizations. To reinforce that positive trend, we work closely with our Women in Business Alumni Club to share our findings and solutions so that they can share these with their own organizations. With our alumni numbering over 62,000 individuals in 176 countries, the potential ripple effect is very exciting. Before I end, I would just like to welcome this year's 24 Cartier Fellows to the INSEAD Social Entrepreneurship Program. Not only does the course offer the opportunity to acquire essential new skills, it also presents the chance to connect with and learn from ISEF's vigorous community of over 800 impact business sustainability and social enterprise leaders. I firmly believe that such collaboration and exchange of knowledge is both incredibly valuable and empowering for all stakeholders. By working together and supporting each other, we can help drive the change needed and demonstrate the power of business to be a force for good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilian. We're grateful to be on this journey with you. One of our ambitions for the initiative is to lead the global dialogue around women impact entrepreneurship. Some of the regions reached by the Cartier Women Initiative already recognize the value and the role of women impact entrepreneurs. Other countries and regions are far less aware of the enormous potential of women starting businesses to address social challenges. We hope via our thought leadership agenda, we can increase awareness of this potential and to encourage more support for the work of women entrepreneurs. In the next 3 days, we have gathered thought leaders, practitioners from all parts of the world in hopes to share with you the leading dialogues in our community. Our hope is to create awareness, inspire collective action, and to ignite collaboration. Our conversation is covered in 4 main themes. We begin with a macro view of the first theme via the lay of the land. For the first time in decades, the world has retreated its progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Eureka Model from the UNDP and Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka of the UN Women will share with us the urgency to take collective action now. This segment will also include a session with Nasib Taleb and our CEO Cyril Vignon, recounting the pandemic and what anti-fragility means for rebuilding of the future. Next, Maria Shriver reminds us that capability lies in all of us. Maria will interview some of the Cartier Women Initiative fellows and reveal their stories of anti-fragility in midst of the pandemic. Our conversation then moves on to the theme of the first splash. As Jacqueline Novogratz shared with us, our future as a human race depends on all of us subscribing to a revolution of our morals in which we each commit ourselves to something beyond ourselves. We can be the trigger of a powerful ripple of change, and we're proud to share with you the stories and businesses of these incredible women through their lightning talks and regional founder showcases. Our third theme examines how to grow and sustain the ripple effect. In order to thrive, entrepreneurs need an enabling environment that believes in them, that opens doors for them and invests in them. In this segment, we explore 2 key elements: the concept of sponsorship and also mainstreaming of gender lens investing to support women. Our fourth theme inspires us to make waves. The ripple effect doesn't stop at the entrepreneur's immediate ecosystem. Driving a sea of change goes further still. Here we meet Ellen Ochoa, a woman who broke the barriers till the very last frontier. She's the first Latina to space. We are also joined by Yara Shahidi, who will share with us the power of telling different stories. The wave made by these women will spur long-lasting cultural change for society at large. Our 3 days will culminate with an awards ceremony where we celebrate the incredible achievements of the 24 fellows and announce our laureates for the 2021 edition. For the past 15 years, Cartier Women Initiative has supported and uplifted women impact entrepreneurs. Like-minded individuals and organizations have joined us. We have all been part of the ripple, and now our ambition is to connect all of us into a wave. With our collective support, the actions of women impact entrepreneurs can be built up a tiding of change, making the world a better place for generations to come. It is my great honor to share with you our 2021 Cartier Women Initiative Fellowship class.
Shaping the future has generally been a task handed to men.
Driving change means creating something that has never been done before.
The Cartier Women's Initiative has managed to take 24 women from all across the globe,
seeking to make an impact that transcends them.
We are resolving different sustainability development goals,
working towards the world's to-do list.
The bar is higher as a woman. The results have to be that much better, but it makes us good.
Change to me as a woman impact entrepreneur is to give other women options.
There are so many stereotypes and we can just break one by one.
It's not about just getting to the table. It's about creating new positions at the table.
It's important for girls around the world to see women driving meaningful impact for their communities.
Being a trailblazer.
Giving hope to those coming behind.
Stepping up.
We can empower and inspire more girls to be female entrepreneurs.
It's hard to be what you cannot see.
It's okay to be different. It's okay to speak up.
It does not matter if the startup that you're building is not a female area. Women can do as much as men, and does not matter where.
Believe in yourself more.
Because that's what people really respect.
Ignore the fact that there is gender disparity in what's going on and move forward.
Women can lead sustainable change in the world.
Being a woman impact entrepreneur is my small contribution to the changing of the narrative of the African continent.
Creating opportunities,
amplifying our impact,
being a community,
build a sustainable growth,
reaching out to one another, building each other up.
Different ways of how to approach business, different ways of how to address challenges.
Shared knowledge, shared influence, cross-fertilization of ideas.
If we really want to change the world,
we can do more together.
I really believe in the ripple effect.
Let's go for the impossible.
Whatever it is that you're thinking and wanting, there's no reason why you can't run directly for it and have it. It's that simple.
Can't wait to see the levels we reach.
We are a global community of people passionate about social change, and we've just been through the unthinkable. A viral pandemic combined with social, economic, and political turmoil has made the world feel smaller and excavated inequity in new ways. So, where do we even begin? Here to tell us is Ulrika Modir, UNDP's Assistant Administrator and Director of the Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy. She works tirelessly to champion sustainability, economic growth, and equality for the vulnerable, and has been a vocal advocate for the Sustainable Development Goals. I firmly believe that in order to develop a strategy for future success in your personal or your professional life, that self-examination is the first step. You must know where you are in order to determine where you're going. This is true for organizations and societies as well. Eureka is going to tell us where the world stands today in terms of human development so that we can know where we can take it from here. As she prepares to give us the lay of the land, please welcome Ulrika Modir.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, let me start by thanking Cartier for bringing together this incredible group of leaders, entrepreneurs, activists, artists, and thinkers to reflect on the future of human development. Before the global pandemic struck, we knew this decade as the decade of action on the Sustainable Development Goals. A decade of efforts to realize the opportunities made and the decisions made by world leaders to guide the world towards a better, a fairer, and a sustainable future for all. Then a tiny virus humiliated the human race and humbled us, threatening to reverse decades of development. And now, what we call the decade of action has also become a decade of recovery from the global crisis. For the first time since the year of 1990, global human development is actually going backwards due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, with the poorest and the most vulnerable being hit the hardest. COVID-19 has exposed the implications of systemic poverty, inequalities, especially gender inequality, and disregard of our planet for the human race. Scientists, they had predicted the pandemic like COVID-19 for years because of the ever greater pressures that we humans put on nature in the name of progress. And we are now in a new geological era, the age of the Anthropocene, or as we call it also, the age of the humans. A moment in history when the impact of human behavior has become the dominant force shaping the world and not the other way around. COVID-19, climate change, increasing inequalities, all of these challenges, they are closely connected. And they are all rooted in human choices. But then, if humans have the power to create an entirely new epoch like this, then certainly this, the first generation of the Anthropocene, we can use that power to change. This is a unique moment which calls for reflection on choices and on human behavior, and how we can expand human development in balance with the planet. As UNDP's 2020 Human Development Report shows, in today's world, there are countries that leave a minimal imprint on the planet. And there, as we know, there are countries with prosperous population. But not one nation in the world has yet achieved very high human development without also putting immense strain on the planet. We could actually be that first generation to break out of the trade-offs which has brought and have brought people and planet up to the brink of existential crisis, the crisis that we're facing today. Economy versus environment, state versus the market, the present versus the future, the young versus the old. And we can make choices leading to a new normal, a road towards sustainable development for both people and for planet, where societies are just and fair and where rights and opportunities extend to all. This may sound like a very daunting task, but new UNDP research with access to a lot of data shows that the impact of COVID-19 on the Sustainable Development Goals maps out different long-term recovery scenarios. And we suggest that long-term social and economic impacts of the COVID-19 are likely to widen the gap between people living in rich and poor countries and between rich and poor in countries. And right out of people that could become poor because of this decade, if we don't do things differently. These people, they will live both in the least developed countries, but also in medium developed countries and in richer countries. As marked by UNDP's Human Development Index and report. However, a widening poverty gap, for instance, is not a foregone conclusion. Our analysis, UNDP's analysis, offers an alternative scenario. Recovery under a Sustainable Development Goals push scenario, which includes a combination of bold policy decisions and choices and investments in governance, in social protection, in the green economy, and in digitalization. That could then help the world to expand the development trajectory and move us beyond recovery towards the Sustainable Development Goals. As many as 100 million people could actually be lifted out of poverty in low and medium human development countries. They could be lifted out of poverty by the year of 2030 if we do the right choices. In other words, it's still possible for countries to accelerate the progress on the Sustainable Development Goals if we make the right choices. It comes down to the choices that leaders take as they build forward better and greener from the COVID-19. Choices which seek to address the root causes of the systemic failures and trigger ripple effects across economies, societies, and natural ecosystems. Choices as, for example, when it comes to ending poverty. There could be 1 billion people in the world by 2030, which is a quarter of that due to COVID-19, living in poverty, or we could choose to do things differently with ambitious policy options and a deal perhaps on debt restructuring, opening up that fiscal space for investments in countries. We're also talking about choices when it comes to closing the digital divide. Did you know that 4 out of 5 children, they were affected as they were out of school in the poorer countries in the first half of this year, but also kids in suburbs, in rich countries. This was because they didn't have then the tools that they needed to have access to online learning. And millions of children are still out of school. We could let the digital divide deepen, or we could see to that we invest in a once-in-a-generation effort to close this gap. Choices are also made when it comes to stopping climate emergency. By 2100, the poorest countries in the world could experience up to 100 days of extensive and extreme weather events per year as a result of climate change. We could let this happen, or we could choose to see to that those 100 days could be halved by implementing the targets of the Paris Agreement. Choices also when it comes to investing in gender equality. The pandemic led to a surge in gender-based violations, deepening the crisis, and also looking at the women's economic security. That was really an area that was hit hard. We can close that gap by investing in women, which has a powerful impact as they are also multipliers of economic and social benefits that spread across our societies. We can also then, if we wish to, let the feminization of poverty caused by the pandemic deepen. Why? Why would we do that? UNDP's analysis shows that up to 83 million additional women could be pushed into extreme poverty by 2030 because of the pandemic. For us, it's of course clear that the right choice is also the smart choice. Closing the entrepreneurial gender gap could increase global gross domestic product by 52.5 trillion to $5 trillion according to a study from the Boston Consulting Group. The pandemic has demonstrated to everyone that we can make significant changes in our patterns of behavior and thought towards the collective good. This kind of solidarity witnessed in communities across the world needs to be replicated at the highest level possible in governments, in industry, to ensure that at the end of the COVID-19, we see a different start, a new beginning, and different choices. Building forward better and greener will require now new forms of leadership from all segments in society. Everyone needs to be part of the solution, and everyone has a role to play. And I invite you to join us, the United Nations and the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in some of our really interesting global campaigns and initiatives. Let me tell you about Lion's Share. Our host, Cartier, they are pioneers in UNDP's initiative, and I would like to tell you a little bit about this, the Lion's Share. The idea behind the initiative is a very simple idea. Did you know that animals have been selling products in adverts for over 150 years? And did you know they sell the product so well that the images of animals, they actually appear in approximately 20% of all global advertisements. That is a 180 billion spent every year of advertisements with animals in them. At the same time, we are, as you know, facing a severe crisis in our nature. If we do not take urgent action, we stand to lose 1 million species over the next decade. 1 million species. And the Lion's Share, they really ask the advertising companies to contribute only 0.5% of their media spend on each advert that includes an image of an animal. Those funds are then pooled and they are used across the globe on programs that have a high impact on nature, biodiversity, and the climate emergency. And we offer brands a simple mechanism to be part of a solution. Our ambition is to reach 100 million per year. And it's actually not that far-fetched, because if we look at the 20 top companies, the advertising brands only, we could reach already 40 million each year. So I urge you to look at this initiative, the Lion's Share, join us and help to save both animals and the planet. Another initiative is called Business Call to Action. Around the world, women entrepreneurs, such as the 24 Cartier Women Initiative fellows that we are and have the honor to listen to these days, they have their own communities developing SDG-aligned business solutions and models. The United Nations Development Programme is part of a unique multilateral alliance called Business Call to Action, where women-led companies have committed to providing access to essential goods and services through healthcare, education, and information, communication technologies for over 60 million in low-income countries, 60 million people in low-income countries, and to create new livelihoods and recover and give different opportunities for over 700,000 people. Through the Business Call to Action, we see that women can have an impact. Entrepreneurs that are planning for scale up, for profitable and inclusive impact, they are part of this from the outset, from their entrepreneurial pursuits. We also see that there are many barriers which women entrepreneurs face, which comes from scarcely time to lack of accessing finance. And companies founded by women, they get less than 2% of the venture capital in funding as compared to 80% of male business ventures. Why would this be? I look forward to hear from all of you speakers this week how we can break down those barriers and make things happen. Friends, the Build Forward Better from the COVID-19 crisis and to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, that is firmly backed by our initiatives, our choices. We need to get back on track. We can simply not return to the world we had before the pandemic. Our future is about closing the gaps, choosing different development parts, doing things differently. No one can predict the future of development, but we can, each and every one of us, use this moment in this time to open up for a new horizon for both people and planet. And we consider the future of development. We want to see a certain shift towards a much more prosperous and sustainable world. Just as we have made our world the way it is today, we can also make the world very differently. So this is the moment if we decide to do things differently. We have a legacy that we are creating right now, and that needs to be a legacy of transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ulrika, for that amazing talk. What an informative wake-up call for the need to address a broken system. Despite the daunting challenges that Ulrika outlined, there's still hope that we can fix this. But Would you like to know one of our biggest barriers? Solidarity. One of the beautiful things about advancing human development is that there are a lot of people working on it. One of the problems is that too often we're working in silos. Many of you are familiar with the proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. In this next session, we'll hear from 4 women driving new and creative partnerships across sectors and geographies to accelerate the progress towards the SDGs. Anna Riot will be moderating the session. Anna is a business activist with a goal to make the world a better place through business capital and creativity. She's chair of the board of Summa Equity and on the board of UNDP's SDG steering group, among many, many other pursuits. Anna launched Heart 17 in collaboration with UNDP, a global social enterprise to accelerate the SDGs through innovative partnerships. Anna, over to you to introduce the speakers on the panel.
Hi everyone, warm welcome to this session. My name is Anna Riot. I'm one of the founders of Heart 17, a global initiative in partnership with UNDP and global brands celebrating human creativity and innovation to spark hope and action to accelerate the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We exist to amplify the voices of business leaders, youth leaders, change makers, and of course, you all. The world is really balancing on a tipping point right now. We are facing climate change. We have COVID-19, growing inequalities, and increasing extreme poverty. And a sense of hopelessness is felt by many. And also the young generation, we can see an increase in mental illness. But on the other hand, the world is also improving. More and more people are getting access to health and food. And we see more children going to school. And amazing innovation are also solving some of the global challenges. And you know what? There is also a plan how to balance this tipping point. We have the business plan for people and planet. And that is, of course, the UN Sustainable Development Goals. That is our roadmap to a sustainable future. But how can we make sure that we really can accelerate and fill this beautiful plan? First of all, we need to work together. We need to break all the silos. We need to embrace collaborative thinking and work together, academia, politics, business, changemaker, artists, and make sure if we do that, we can also accelerate change. For me personally, partnership is the new leadership. And that is everything that this session is about. Secondly, we need to act now. It's less than 10 years left before we are into 2030. And we are also, after the pandemic, in a very bad situation. So we need to act and we need to do it together. And finally, we need to use innovation, new innovation, and our common human creativity to accelerate this change. I am therefore super proud that with me today, I have 3 amazing women, and they all have used their experience, their knowledge, and their network to accelerate change. And I can promise you that they have worked with true partnership and also a collaborative thinking to their success. First, I want to introduce Olivia Leland. She is founder and CEO of Co-Impact, and she has more than 2 decades of experience in philanthropy, government, and non-profit organizations. Co-Impact supports local organizations working to achieve impact at scale. And we will hear more about that later. Secondly, we have Melody Hobson, and she is a superwoman. She is president and co-CEO of Ariel Investment. She was also very recently appointed as chairwoman of Starbucks. She serves on several different boards and is also a true entrepreneur, even though she works on all these different big organizations and boards. And not least, but finally, we have Stephanie Benedetto. She is also an entrepreneur at heart. She is a change maker, and she's a founder of Queen of Raw. And that is a marketplace where you can buy and sell unused textile, keeping them out of landfill and turning pollution into profit. And I think that is something that also unified all 4 of us, that we truly believe that sustainability and profit goes hand in hand. And let's talk more about that as well. So to the first question to all of you, Olivia, Melody, and Stephanie. Why do you, from your perspective, think partnership and the SDG number 17 is so crucial? And how successful have you been in meeting the objectives? I think we can start with Olivia.
Thanks so much, Anna, and it's great to be here with all of you. And I've been really looking forward to this discussion and hearing from the other panelists as well. I think what I would say on this, and in particular, part of why I'm so excited for this discussion is I think that deep collaboration is so crucial, as you started off, Anna, and yet it really isn't the norm. It's not something which we do naturally, that we go straight into, and I think what we hear over and over again, however, is that that's what's needed in order for deep change to happen. When I started Co-Impact, I spent 3 years talking to social change leaders around the world. And the thing that I kept hearing over and over again from each and every one of them was that they wanted to see the scale of impact that could happen, not by scaling their own work or by scaling their own organization, but by what comes from partnering with others. And yet what they kept saying was that the kind of support that they were receiving didn't always help align with that. That actually oftentimes really what's needed in order to see this kind of change happen is funding and support, which is long-term, that's aligned, that really helps to focus on partnerships, that puts collaboration at the center, that isn't about just saying, why are you the best? Why is what you're doing the best? But that really looks at how are you partnering with others? How do we support the kind of leadership that you talked about, Anna, which is really about partnership? And so how to do that is, I think, the key question for all of us. And I'm excited to talk about that now as part of this panel, because I think that's key. Ultimately, when we see collaboration work, it's what actually can drive enormous impact in the world. And so we need to make it the norm.
And I just wanted to, Olivia, you said that partnership is not the norm, and there's a huge gap, and they are not coming natural. Why do you think that is?
I think it's that often we actually, and I've been very focused on philanthropy and the funding landscape. And I think oftentimes what we've been very focused on is on individual organizations, individual leaders, which is enormously important. And yet when you actually talk to leaders that are doing this work, they basically will say, we know that it's not just about our own work. And so it's about how do we really take the time? It requires taking that kind of long-term view what's needed. And then I think the other piece is that it's about grappling with some of the difficult things in collaboration. It's about how do you have combined vision and how do you set up values from the outset that actually really can help create that kind of alignment. And how do you think about power dynamics in society such that actually in collaborations, it's not particular voices that are being heard, but that actually part of the goal of collaboration, and we're very focused on gender equality and on intersectional gender equality in particular. And I think one of the things that we see in the support that we provide is actually how do you create the space so that you're really ensuring that you can have that you're hearing different voices and that you're actually grappling with the power dynamics as part of the funding dynamic as well.
Okay, great, thank you. And Melody, what is your perspective on partnership and why is it so crucial?
In the investment business, we understand the power of leverage and how it can work for you and how it can work against you. And when I think about the problems and the goals that have been outlined here, they're huge. I mean, this is inarguable. And the only way to really solve these huge, huge problems in the world is to use leverage. You want to leverage these partnerships in a way that can get you to scale. And I think that's been the big issue. Lots of people have really great ideas. They just can't scale them. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the only way you can truly scale is with partnerships actually with governments. I've come to believe that over time. I majored in international relations and public policy at Princeton, and we talked a lot about how do you deal with major problems in the world just on your own. You can't. And so I think understanding that those partnerships are extraordinarily important to leveraging good ideas. I've seen that work very, very effectively. There are many, many examples in history of that being the case and ultimately leading to better outcomes for our society. In the absence of that leverage, in the absence of leveraging partnerships, good ideas die on the vine.
No, I totally agree. I have the same. When I was CEO of Swedfund, the Swedish Development Finance Institution, and realized that we had such a complex portfolio with so many issues, targeting everything from poverty to water to climate, I realized that I couldn't, as a leader, anyway, solve this myself. So what we started to do, and that was actually the first time, we started to invite, if there were human issue questions in a really difficult surrounding or investments, we invited all the civil society organization on that topic. Or if there were a question of climate or circular economy, we invited in people. And I was just so surprised that that was something new. But I totally agree that you can't do everything yourself. You really need to seek that knowledge. So Stephanie, your perspective as an entrepreneur and with all what you have done, how do you see partnership and why is it crucial in your business?
I think there has been this myth for so long that sustainability isn't scalable. And I'm really excited that we're all here together today to show you that that is not the case at all. These are both profitable and scalable businesses that can literally solve the world's water crisis when we come together. And one of the most valuable things we did as an entrepreneur and at a startup, Queen of Raw, was to develop strong collaborations and partnerships really early on. We work with the United Nations, with MIT, with SAP, with New York City government, all to make it easier for our community to adopt our innovations and to also scale their sustainable solutions. And what's cool is that when those partners in turn communicate about you, it actually builds really strong trustworthiness globally. There's this very interesting book called Transformative Markets, written by a man, Robert Lutke. And he actually ran an algorithm at Georgetown, analyzing from 2018 to the present, all these really incredible news articles and business information and social media posts that talked about businesses transforming markets. And he ranked them on a trust score. And we actually ended up being the leaders above Coca-Cola and Amazon and Google. And why I call that out is because one of the reasons that we ranked so high was because when we communicated about what we were doing, we used strong and distinct language, and we have a lot of partners and collaborators. So it actually becomes a huge value add to your business, as well as to the businesses of the biggest companies in the world. A lot of times I think people are doing good work, but they're not always talking about it. And what's very exciting is the United Nations has recently published an entire database making publicly available all this information, whether you're a company, a retailer, a manufacturer, government, non-government, a startup, and you can actually put into this database what you're working on from the SDG perspective and actually make reports on your progress in meeting those SDGs. And I think that's really powerful to see. And if you need any inspiration with what we're going through in the world right now, check that out. It's available at sustainabledevelopment.un.org/partnerships, because there you can see some of the most incredible work in the world going on, and you can all participate and be part of that and connect with each other. Because at the end of the day, the SDGs are all connected with each other, just as we're all connected with each other.
Yeah, that's so true. And they are so interconnected. And that's also a reason why the topic for us with partnership, the goal number 17, is so important. Because if we can't partner, then it will be, we want to manage to solve the problems. I was also thinking about, so I started to say that partnership is new leadership. Has never been more important, but also the fact that we are actually running out of time. So we know that if we are going to manage to fulfill the goals, we need to act now. And do you see any other trends now after the COVID-19 pandemic that this change can accelerate? Do you see any system change, or do you see any particular question or other SDGs that actually can accelerate, or will we have a totally setback? Who want to start answering? Where are we now? Can COVID-19 accelerate change, or will we have more of a setback? And why is partnership even maybe more important now?
It may sound crazy, but I'm going to say both. So I think on the one hand, we've had some tremendous setbacks. We've seen that in terms of global poverty. We've seen it in terms of, in America, there are so many examples of how the pandemic has affected Black and Latinx communities disproportionately from a health perspective, as well as from a business perspective. Those entrepreneurs have been crushed in this environment, and the recovery will take a very, very long time, and it will be very, very hard. And people have experienced great pain. We know that all around the world. There's no denying the setbacks that have occurred. At the same time, I think that because of some of those setbacks, I think for every action, the old saying goes, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And I think there are some reactive moments going on in this country and around the world that are looking in a very, very direct and targeted way to counter those setbacks. And I think some of those things will become embedded in society in a way that could be tremendously helpful. Now, we've had some safety nets here in America to help people through the crisis that have largely been driven by our government. But I think there are a lot of nonprofits and philanthropic organizations right now that are thinking about prolonged and sustained efforts to help rehabilitate communities. And I think that will be something that there will be outcomes that will come from that will be beyond our expectations. One example also, and I've gone on too long, but just a very clear and obvious one in terms of setbacks, but also at the same time, progress and moving forward. Many have acknowledged this. I'm not a scientist or a doctor in any way, but they've acknowledged that literally the vaccination response development All of that was unprecedented in nature in terms of the speed in which it occurred and how it happened. And the foundations of this vaccination will help cure other diseases and other issues down the road. So that's a very clear-cut example to me of a tremendous setback where we've had, in many ways, a major jump forward in science that will serve us well in the future.
I think you're totally right. And also another reflection is that before the pandemic, we saw a very, very strong focus on climate issues and environmental issues. But I can also see a sense of a more focus on the S in the ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues around businesses and companies. It's a more focus on diversity. It's a more focus on understanding that this world is actually global, and we can't just focus on what we have in our own businesses in our own country. So that is one maybe positive thing or trend later on. Olivia, you're nodding. So
yeah, I think it very much resonates in terms of both obviously the enormous setbacks, but also the fact that I think we can see that there's maybe a bit more of an openness to what you were talking about, Melody, of the kind of the focus on what does it take to do this work really at scale, and working with government systems to try to partner to see what's possible in order to build back in a way that is more just and is more equitable. And I think we're starting to see more conversations with that. We, for example, support coalitions of actors that are doing this work, working with government. And what we're seeing with them is because where they've already built strong partnerships and strong relationships from before the pandemic, now with the pandemic, there's just such an urgency to say, what can we do, not just to reach one community, but to really do this at scale? How can we work with you to do that in a way that together we can make this happen? I think we're starting to see those conversations in a way that even now, when there's clearly such urgency and urgent needs that need to be addressed, that they're starting to have some of this, what can we do over the longer term as well, to see impact at scale through these kinds of partnerships. So I think that's the one piece that we can look to for the future as well.
It's very true. And I think if anything good can come out of what's going on in the world right now, it is that these concepts of sustainability have brought into everyone's consciousness, right? I mean, the fact that we're here talking about this with you all, it just shows how important this is and how urgent it is and why the time is honestly now to do this. I think sometimes we get so scared looking at the statistics about how bad things are without realizing that, to what Melody said earlier, right, in turn, that serves as an opportunity. Because if we can rethink how we do certain things and build new kinds of business models and new technologies to address this, we literally have the power to solve these challenges. And that's something my company has leaned into a lot. We focus on fashion and textiles because they are, by some accounts, the second biggest polluter of clean water globally. But that also means that by keeping things in circulation, reusing, recycling these things, we can slow down textile production and solve the world's water crisis. And but we can't do it alone. We do it together with partnerships. And I think a big thing that ties us to our partners at our core is technology, right? Is measurement tools, collaboration tools to bring us together in the digital space quickly and easily to help us, as we've all been talking about, scale these solutions. And I think now, without getting too into technology, tools like blockchain, machine learning, AI, what they mean at the end of the day is that a lot of startups and entrepreneurs who are working in this space can help big companies have a record and a proof to the good acts that they're taking in their supply chain for people and for planet, while also doing well for a business's profit. And by leveraging those kind of tools, they can also be confident to articulate what they're doing. Here's the amount of water, the toxins, the carbon emissions, and the dollars we saved by doing X, Y, and Z. And so I'm really excited. I think the future is a massive opportunity for us to build for the planet we all want for our kids and future generations. Oh,
I love your energy. I'm getting like, oh, it's amazing, because I think actually that's what the world needs right now. The sustainability has been so connected for the last couple of years to shame and blame. You shouldn't eat meat, you shouldn't fly, you shouldn't buy clothing. And I think really you need to turn that around. And I see exactly as you, some of the most mind-blowing innovations are right now into sustainability. So if we can focus on what gives us hope and moves us forward on creativity and innovation, I think we will have the opportunity to accelerate change. And it's also one of the stepping stones for Heart 17 that we realized it's super difficult to fix the planet if young people doesn't feel any hope, if there are hopelessness and a sense of not belonging. So can we start by really inspiring, by showing what kind of innovations and things we can do together instead of just saying what we can't do. So super exciting. And going into a little bit now post the pandemic, can you give me, from all your concrete businesses where you are right now, any example of a really cross-collaborative initiative that you have seen either in your investments or organizations or in your own business that really moved the needle, and what kind of partners were included in that type of collaboration? Are we starting with who wants to start?
Well, I can start. So we don't know the effect yet, but we've started an initiative at Ariel called Project Black. And what we're attempting to do is scale sustainable minority businesses by bringing two things together: capital and customers. The idea was really born of a phone call to me by Jamie Dimon. I sit on the board of JP Morgan. And last summer, in the wake of the George Floyd murder, he said, "Melody, a lot of people want to help Black business." And we were brainstorming about how to do that. And I said, "I think I have an idea for you." So I came back to him with a memo in the spirit of investment banking. I gave it a pseudonym. I called it Project Black, which has stuck. And the whole idea was based upon the fact that so many times when people talk about growing Black businesses in America or outside of this country, they talk about access to capital. Access to capital becomes a constant refrain. But my co-CEO at Ariel and business partner started to explain to me years and years ago, I think people over-rotate to access to capital. He always used to say to me, access to customers is just as important. And from sitting on the board of a bank, I started to realize very quickly, if you have a fistful of receivables, JP Morgan and other banks will lend you money. So the question is how to marry that capital with customers in a sustainable way. And we thought to do that by trying to create minority business enterprises, Black and Latinx businesses of scale that will become tier 1 suppliers to Fortune 500 companies. I call it the essential workers of the vendor list. Right now, Fortune 500 companies are spending about 2% of their spend with minority business enterprises. That represents $125 billion a year. But their stated goal is to spend 10 to 15% of their spend. But the problem is what we call the scale challenge. 95% of Black and Latinx businesses in this country, in America, have less than $5 million in revenue. So there's this $1 trillion opportunity out there, but there aren't the businesses of scale to meet it. So we're trying to change that with this idea of this initiative, scaling these minority businesses. So the idea is in a decade, could we have $6 to $10 billion Black and Latinx businesses and change the whole paradigm of people's idea of minority businesses in this country and in the world? Could we create 100,000, not just jobs, but careers for Black and Latinx individuals in this country? Whenever we grow, could we redeploy growth into underserved communities and create an economic spark in those communities? Could we have an exceptionally diverse workforce in a way that has never been done before and share equity with all those individuals so that we narrow the wealth gap? This was all born of crisis, to Olivia's point. This was all born of tragedy and us saying there must be a better way and going at it in a way that has never been done before, because we're buying businesses between $100 million and $1 billion in revenue. And typically what people think of when they think of Black and Latinx businesses, growing very small businesses. But the problem is when you're that Fortune 500 company, you don't want to do $2 million purchase orders. It would be great if you could do $100 million purchase order. And that's what we're trying to do, is create the businesses of scale that can do that.
It sounds like an amazing initiative, truly. I just, when I worked with investments in Africa, Latin America, and Asia, I heard that 2% of the world's VC capital is going to Africa only. And when you are there traveling around in a different country, you see the most amazing entrepreneurs. So 2%. So if you just can shift that capital, and particularly again, not only looking at businesses, but all the DFI and so on, really focus on finding these entrepreneurs. Olivia, do you have any thoughts and concrete examples?
So I'll share two, as one which is coming up and just I imagine will be talked about here later over the course of the next few days, but the Generation Equality Forum that's coming up, which is basically as part of the campaign that UN Women is leading around SDG 5 and really trying to bring people together to advance gender equality. So I think that's enormously exciting that this is happening in this moment when we see the tremendous need as well. And I think the World Economic Forum just revised the numbers, saying that it's 135 years to when we see gender parity. And that was an increase of a generation as a result of the pandemic. So I think that's one thing, is we're seeing people really coming together to drive change. And then the other thing I'll mention is something which we're developing with Co-Impact, where our model is we bring together funders to support efforts that are really about addressing systems change. So it's supporting coalitions of actors that are partnering with government and with others to drive change at scale over the long term. And we are in the process right now of talking to people as we develop a new fund that's focused on advancing gender equality, and in particular on developing pathways to leadership for women, whether it's the household or the community or the institutional level, all focused in the global South. And so we're in the process of doing that. I think some of the core things to note there, and I think some of these statistics, I mean, the ones that Melody that you mentioned are just mind-boggling. And I think just sometimes it's important for us to name some of these numbers. I mean, we actually saw that it's on some counts, it's 6% of funding overall goes to advancing gender equality. And then within that is 1% that goes to women-led efforts, which is just astonishing if you think about that. And so what we're trying to do is to really grow the pie to be able to support these efforts in a way that is over the long term, that puts the partners at the center and does some of the things I talked about at the beginning of really trying to support the kinds of collaborations that are needed in order to see this change, not just for one organization or for one group of people, but really is system-wide. And so it's finding those leaders and those efforts and those collaborations and trying to support them and to give them that kind of long-term funding and support and partnership to be able to see this kind of change happen over the longer term. So that's another thing that's very much in progress and that we're hopeful about.
But it's so interesting, I think, when you really put the question in the middle and then realize, okay, to be able to work with that SDG, even if it's number 5 or 6 or 7 or 14, and really put the issue in the center and then ask yourself, okay, what are the partners needed to accelerate this goal or this issue? Then you get such a powerful group of people really wanting to work together. And I think that was the same for Heart 17. When we ask ourselves, say, we have this beautiful plan of the SDGs, and all of our big businesses have really said that they are going to accelerate and work with them. but why are they working still in silos? And when we just opened the floor and invited all of them, and together with UNDP, there was so much power in that room, and I think that is really a model to work with. Stephanie, from your perspective, do you see any, or can you give us any really concrete example on an SDG where you had used partnership to accelerate change?
Well, for us, we tie a lot of the actions that we take, among other SDGs, to SDG 6, clean water globally. And, you know, I would not be here, my company would not be where it is, if not for the Cartier Women's Initiative. We had the honor and the privilege to be a laureate last year. And aside from the opportunity now to be able to be here and literally speaking with you all, I know that without that access to, of course, some capital, but also to the financing that we discussed with them, and business models and projections and all these core kind of business startup programs that we worked on with Cartier, it was critical to getting us to close the rounds of funding that we did during COVID, and now looking to the next as we grow and scale our business. So it is an honor and a privilege to have worked with them and to continue to put forth the good work that they're doing. Because of them, we were able to save well over 1 billion gallons of water. And that's actually enough clean water for 1.4 million people to drink around the world for 3 years. And we feel like we're just getting started. So, you know, just one example where we really have seen lives affected and our business affected. Thank you to Cartier Women's Initiative. One other example, during COVID, we came together talking about cross collaboration and cross industry. We came together with New York City government, with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, with H&M, Unilever, Cisco, Goldman Sachs, and a bunch of other powerful organizations. And we formed the New York Circular City Initiative. And we produced a white paper, it's publicly available on the website at circularnyc.org, that showed how many good jobs can be created and how much money could be saved and made just by New York City going circular in the coming years. And not only giving the blueprint for what it would look like and what kind of changes in the laws we should adopt and the case studies that are out there, but it also showed what are the businesses like ours that can help businesses offset that coming legal liability. And really proud of that work as well. I think this is just to what you said early on, this is the beginning of a tipping point of this opportunity. And we're excited to kind of drive and take that into action. Anyone who wants to join and be a part of it, please feel free to reach out through the website. We would welcome it.
It's interesting. Change go where the money flow. So if you can really show that it is profitable and you can measure and show the impact, it will be so much easier to also get new partners on board. And you have really that power number showed us what you can do. So if all of us believe that, okay, partnership is the way to go, and still Olivia started with saying that this is not the usual way of working. What are the barriers? Why isn't it happening more? Why are we still working in silos? Olivia, you brought it up in the beginning. So what are the major barriers, do you believe, right now, as you see it?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of a combination of things. First of all, I think it's challenging sometimes that if it's not the norm, it can be easy to just not go that way, right? So I think part of belief is that if we actually start to see more examples of deep collaboration and people then say, look, here's what can come of it, that will also have us start seeing much more of it. I think the other thing is that it actually takes time. It's something that you need to take, and oftentimes we try to do projects in 1 year or 3 year stints. And actually, in order to make deep change happen and to see this kind of collaboration, often will take 5 years or 10 years. And so it's saying from the outset, we're willing to make this investment of time and effort to be able to build the trust that is needed between partners to align around the vision and then to take that kind of a longer term view. And I think the final thing is that it does mean giving up some control. And so there's that piece of it that can be challenging. And so that comes back to, so then how do you make that work? It's by showing what's possible when you do collaborate, that can then get you hooked and saying, now I'll do this, and I'm actually happy to give up some control and maybe some of my own vision for how this works in order to create a stronger vision by coming together with others.
And Melody, you told us about your very concrete example, how you can accelerate change. Do you think, or what can you do to make sure that other big banks or investment companies will follow and take on their examples? Is it just by showing, or what should you do?
So the first thing we have to do is we have to make money. I tell people we're capitalists with capital C. So that is the table stakes, is being able to prove the investment thesis. And ultimately, I tell people we're not a social impact fund, but we are a fund that will have a tremendous amount of social impact. And that's maybe a nuanced argument, but I think it's a super important one if you want other people to follow. And so the idea is, if you can put points on the board, real points in terms of returns, then you have a lot of permission and latitude to do all these things that we all know to be so important. And so the best way to get others to follow is to succeed. And that's why I tell our team in no uncertain terms, failure is not an option.
I think you are absolutely right. I think showing that it not only give similar returns, but even better returns, and looking at all the trends with the war of talent, for example, where do people want to work, looking at customer and so on. Obviously, sustainability and SDGs are really, really here to drive profit as well. So I understand.
If I can take that one point a step further, I tell people diversity is our competitive advantage. It's one of them, because we get resumes from all over with people saying, I want to be on that train with you. And a lot of times they're women and people of color who are best in class. I tell people all the time, we are our own headhunters. We know where all the people are. You've never even heard of these people. We seek and find each other. And people seeing leaders like myself and others inside of my firm, they see there's an opportunity for me to succeed. And there's a way for me to be a leader in an organization that has demonstrated a commitment to inclusive practices. So these things become self-fulfilling prophecies. And hopefully they become a beacon for others to see the benefits of all of these criteria coming together, and how it again can drive results and ultimately affect change.
Yeah, that's so true. And it's also, I usually say that creativity is our most valuable asset, and there will be no creativity without diversity. So if you really want to be in the forefront of innovation, creativity, and drive change, then you need just to have diversity as a platform. So I totally agree. Stephanie, what do you think?
You know, I think for so long there has been this myth that sustainability, we already talked about that it isn't scalable, but it is. There's also this myth that it has to cost you more money to participate. Well, the good news is that, you know, for example, by focusing like we do on a business's waste, unused inventory, you can actually sell this today, make money, and put it back into your supply chain in your business and do other good work. You can pay your workers more. We can use more sustainable resources. You can adopt technology innovations that will help you be even more sustainable at scale. And so I think that's something really important that we shift the sustainability conversation on. Yes, at my core is people and planet, but aligned with that is profit. Because if we can get the economics right, we can get the biggest companies in the world to adopt these solutions. And with our solution, some of our enterprise customers have already saved up to 15% of their bottom line in just 1 year, just by selling their unused inventory. And then by talking about the good work they're doing, one of our customers actually saw 3 times the conversion rate in their online direct-to-consumer business, just by talking about the good work, right? And when it's driving your bottom line and it's driving your top line while also doing good for people and planet, well, how do you say no to that? And I think that's where I'm really excited to see, especially with the largest companies in the world, changing just even a small percent of the way you do business by adopting these new business models that align that people, planet, profit can and will have a massive impact on the world. But it takes us shifting the narrative and to what Melody was speaking about, really focusing on and articulating the economics and the value of this across the stakeholders.
So listen to you all. Before we letting in some questions from the audience, I just wanted to, so we know now that, okay, sustainability and profitability goes hand in hand. Partnership is the only way to go. We need to act now. And still, again, things are happening too slowly. So one question is, what kind of leadership is needed to be able to accelerate that change? Stephanie, you can start, and then Melody and Olivia.
You know, I think bringing about meaningful change requires the participation of all C-suites. You know, when I first started my business, oftentimes we would only talk to the sustainability departments in large corporations. And don't get me wrong, they're incredibly great and they're your brand advocates. But oftentimes they're a newly created position, may not have all the directive yet or even all the budget. But bringing about this kind of change, you need the CEOs who are setting the corporate agenda, the CMOs who are doing the marketing and the storytelling, the CIOs and COOs who are running the information, the data, the technology, right? And if you can get the CFOs who are dealing with the financial liabilities, and if you can align all of the C-suites to really stand behind and get on board with this mission, I think that is the future, and it's totally possible, and the time is now.
Melody, do you have a comment on the future leadership?
I think that's a really nuanced question. I think it's a really good one. And I think about what has worked in the past and what is needed in the future. I think in the past, a lot of corporations have been run by really, very, very smart leaders, oftentimes with a command and control style. And I think that worked for a certain time of history, corporate history. I think the new leader is going to have to lean into a participatory management and be a servant leader in order to really move corporate America, and I'm speaking specifically to America, through this next stage. This next stage is very, very different for all, I'm going to say global companies. And the big reason for that is because there's a different level of accountability. And that accountability is very much tied to the virtual nature of our society, which is why things like the business roundtable groups like that have talked about the role and responsibility of a company being more than just profits, because they realize all of these other stakeholders, where these other stakeholders now are making sure their voices are heard. And because they can magnify their voices very, very quickly through social media and other efforts, they have a real effect on a company. So the leader of a company now must be attuned to those voices, not managing a company by committee, but certainly this idea of inclusion is really hearing people and having their perspective be something that affects decision-making, as opposed to the my way or the highway approach. I don't think there is a highway anymore. Before it was like, if you don't like it, hit the road. I think that has changed in such a dramatic way in business because of, again, these external forces that are watching. So these forces are the employees inside of the company that have no problem calling out leaders. Before they fear losing their job. Now you have people walking off of campuses in Silicon Valley when they disagree with something that is happening. Secondly, you have the stakeholders who are the investors in those companies that are being very clear, especially these days around ESG issues. Mm-hmm. And then last but not least, you have the broader community that is weighing in on this is right or not right and calling organizations out. So as a leader now, you have to know what matters. You can't respond to everything, but you need to respond to those significant issues. You cannot brush them aside anymore. And so that's the inclusive piece. And the participative leadership or servant-based leadership is hearing and serving all of those various constituents in a very different way.
Very good, Olivia. And then we have a question here also from an entrepreneur that she feels it's very difficult to get access to the right programs. So how can you go ahead to find your way if you need or want funding. But Olivia, shortly, the leadership part.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that was said. I might frame three quick things. So on the first, I think it is, as both Stephanie and Melody were talking about, it's the focus on leadership that really is about listening and is more connected, is more about actually trying to put partnership and building these kinds of collaborations and listening at the center. So this kind of more collaborative model of leadership is so key. I think the second thing, which was also raised earlier, but here, because I think it's so key to also ensuring that we have the right kinds of leaders, is also making sure that we aren't missing out on the talent of an enormous part of the population. So really looking at questions of gender, of race, and of other factors that really have historically been huge areas of discrimination when it comes to leadership. And so I think that's the other piece, is really making sure that that's a core focus. And then the final thing, I think, is what can we do to help support those pathways to leadership, so that it's not just about the individual leader, but it's actually about what are we doing to create the enabling environment for leaders to both have those pathways and then succeed when they are in the positions of leadership too, so that we're really thoughtful about what's required there and put as much of a concerted effort as we do oftentimes on, everything else that we're talking about, but really on what does it take to build and support these kinds of pathways to leadership, because that's what's needed in terms of trying to see this of change. And I think that goes back to your beginning point, Anna, of really, it is about the leadership, and it is about, if partnership is the new leadership, what are we doing to support that, so that it becomes a system-wide question, not just an individual question.
No, and I also believe that since the world is so complex, and we talked about radical partnership, this requires very both bold leaders with a lot of courage, and also leaders that are vulnerable, because standing and saying, I don't know, I need to listen, I need to ask, I need to invite others to help me to solve these issues, that is a really, really bold leadership. So being vulnerable is, I think, one of the key elements, and then you need a support system. Then you need to be able to say that, and that is okay. So I think the question from the entrepreneur, where do I turn to get not only funding, but the right kind of funding? And that is something I hear more and more, the traditional VC or traditional capital, which is only capital. If I need also capital with knowledge, capital with a network, with other assets, where do I turn? How do I do?
This question is going to be, answer is going to be situational. I don't know where this entrepreneur is located, and there are very different answers based upon where they might exist in the world. I'm going to try to bring it down to a level that I think could be universal, maybe not. So please forgive me if I'm not being as thoughtful as one would hope. But I think that one of the things that I have found entrepreneurs often do is look outside first, instead of looking at all of the people around them. So when my business partner, John Rogers, started my company, Ariel Investments, back in 1983, we were the first Black-owned money management firm in the United States. Hard to imagine, thousands of firms out there, we were the first. Today, we're the oldest, 38 years in the business, and a lot of firms have started and gone away and not be able to be the buzzword of today, sustainable. We manage about $17 billion in assets. And every dollar was hard fought. But John did something really smart in the beginning. And it's something that I think people underappreciate. He didn't try to go to a bank or a venture capitalist or an investor for money. He actually went to people in his own community. He went to his local dentist. He went to his local doctor. He went to people and he asked them, now in this day and time, and again, this math is very different than, a developed versus an emerging market, et cetera. But he asked each of those individuals for $20,000 to invest in his company. His idea was it was significant, but it wasn't their life savings. If everything went wrong, they weren't going to go bankrupt. And so, and a lot of times I find people come and ask for money to invest, and the numbers are staggering. They're starting a business. Will you give me $5 million? No, I can't do that. I thought it was interesting that he did this bite-sized effort. He's raised $500,000 that way by just going to people asking for $20,000 at a time. Now, again, I am fully appreciative everyone doesn't have that network. Maybe the math is lower based upon the community, et cetera. The second thing he did, which I think was brilliant, is he established a board. And he established a board of people that would hold him accountable for progress. And he paid them. Even though it was a little bit of money in the beginning, he paid them so they weren't volunteers and they felt compelled to show up and add value in terms of how he was trying to traverse all of the various difficulties that were occurring, being so young. He was only 24 at the time, and also being so inexperienced. He had never done this before, and having no model because no one else had ever done this before who looked like him. So leaning on that board, which I think people discount, again, in your own community, who are some of the smartest people you know? And they become evangelists for you, going out into the marketplace, telling people about what you're doing. They help you expand your message. Now, you could pay them by giving them equity, giving them a little piece, something where they feel some connection to your success. So again, the math, the opportunity, all of that can be very different, and it's situational, and it can be very much affected by where you are in the world and your network around you. But I do think sometimes when people think of big institutions first, they might just take a step back and say, who's in my own network that could help me?
Yeah, that's so true. Then you also probably will get the knowledge, the network, and people that are, as we talk about partnership, but in a smaller sense, because you get people that are really interested in what you're doing in that sense.
Sorry.
Stephanie, please.
Yeah, building on that a little bit. I mean, two of the things we did early on that really helped us get our message and our vision out there. One was to leverage accelerators. There are a lot of incredible ones now all over the world. And by participating in the right one that makes sense for you and your business based on what you need and want, they can come with funding and with access to press and partners, right? And customers, which are so important. And even that board of advisor roles, right? You can learn and get from your accelerator community. The other thing that really helped us was we applied to every competition that was out there. And there are a lot of them too, including the Cartier Women's Initiative, but there are other incredible ones globally focused on all different areas too, from, MIT Solve, and the list goes on, and I'm happy to share them after this. But what's really cool about that is by going through those competitions, and a lot of people said, why did you do so many? It takes time, it takes resources. You really start to hone your pitch and your vision and your mission. One of the most valuable things we did in our business was get our pitch down to 60 seconds, which is how long we had to pitch Ashton Kutcher live on stage. And we did it, we won. And it was one of the most valuable things we did, not just because it was awesome to have Ashton Kutcher understand our mission and our vision and get his feedback and thoughts, but also because to have that 60-second pitch, it's something I still use and take with me today. So I think you can really learn from these competitions. They too come with sometimes celebrities and press and customers and partners. So I think those are two options that maybe you as an entrepreneur have early on that can really help grow and scale your business.
If I could just build on that, Stephanie, I think that is such an important point.
Yeah.
Being able to communicate the idea, the number of people who struggle with that, they'll have a good idea. They cannot crystallize it for you in writing, which I think is super important, but also in person. And I tell people this and they think that I'm joking. Try it out on Friends. Stand in front of a mirror and do the pitch over and over and over again. If something's super important to this day, I've worked at Ariel for 30 years, I will practice. I'll be in a car with strangers and I say, listen to me. What don't you understand about what I'm saying? Warren Buffett says you should be able to explain a good idea to a 6-year-old. And so the question is, I have a 7-year-old. Sometimes I use people and try even out my little 7-year-old saying, am I crisp because the communication skills become make or break when you get that moment. Stephanie's point is brilliant.
And I couldn't agree with you more. I actually went to an all women's school, and one of the first for 14 years. And one of the things they did was, starting early, they did give us public speaking coaching, because it doesn't come naturally to everyone. It is something you train. And so anyone out there too, I highly recommend kind of those classes. They really give you confidence, and you can have fun while also articulating your big, bold vision and mission to go change the world.
Super. We're soon wrapping up. I would ask all of you to come with one concrete, maybe two, but 2 sentence, concrete call to action. What do you want? How can we drive change and partnership?
I can start. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to get your idea out there, put your vision and your mission out there, and start building that business to change the world. You can continue to learn and iterate from your customers, your community, and those around you, and then be the last player in the market to really dominate and go solve those challenges.
I'll build on that by saying, I think oftentimes people think change comes from up high. It's a power move. They have this idea that it's an important person or a big institution, but the greatest change in our society has come from everyday people, and just understanding your own power and how you can use that power for good. Power is not something that is tied to money. Power is actually tied to good ideas and how you ultimately become relentless about seeing those ideas through.
And I would say put collaboration and partnerships at the center in terms of what's possible. And then with that, be able to see what the kind of impact can be. So I think it comes back to what we talked about earlier of what do we want to see in the world, that it needs to be that kind of modeling so that then more of it happens. So I think it is about, we know the examples, we know it works, we've seen change happen across history. So really putting that as the central piece, I think is absolutely core. So with that, I think if we could all do that even a bit, it would be amazing.
And I will do a combination of all of the 3 of you. I think find what you are really passionate about and use your own creativity to work with things that matter. And when you know that, you put that question or that issue or that passion into the table and ask yourself, who do I need to work with to make this happen? It can be using that you need capital or work with organizations or just talent. But that is really, again, wrapping it up and saying what I started to say, that if we want to accelerate change, we believe, or I believe, that partnership is the new leadership. And I truly believe that sustainability and profitability goes hand in hand. And all the female entrepreneurs out there, hopefully listening to us today, you can drive that change. And I think that is truly the beauty with SDGs, that everyone can pick one SDG that is relevant for their business and to work with that and drive that change together with others. Because the engagement, the creativity out there is so big right now. So Olivia, Melody, Stephanie, thank you so much. You are really true role models to drive that change. And I hope that everybody have been listening also have get some concrete actions and inspiration from this session. So thank you again.
Since 2013, Phumzile Mlambo Nguka has served as executive director of UN Women. It's hard to imagine a more perfect person for the job. She brings a wealth of experience as former deputy president of South Africa, where she had been actively involved in the struggle to end apartheid and where she was a member of parliament from 1994 to 1996 as part of South Africa's first democratic government. Throughout her life and career, she has been a champion for human rights, equality, social justice, and the advancement of women. She now joins us with a special message.
CEO and President of Cartier, Mr. Cyril Vilgenoron, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. Congratulations, Cartier, for your annual International Entrepreneurship Program, which comes at a critical time. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced many women out of their jobs. In fact, 2/3 of the jobs that have been lost during the pandemic were lost by women. Women in the informal sector, women in the hospitality and tourism sector, and women in the service sector. So supporting entrepreneurs as you do helps some of these women to pick themselves up. Women have also been exposed to gender-based violence. Girls have dropped out of school because of pregnancy and because of forced marriage in some cases. Your growing interest in the areas that affect women is most welcome. We particularly welcome your signatory of the Women's Economic Empowerment Principle. We also welcome your interest in the Unstereotype Alliance. We also welcome that you will be joining Generation Equality and you'll be with us in France at the end of June when we come to advance and accelerate the implementation of the Beijing Declaration for Action and the SDGs. I wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
What a beautiful message. Thank you, Phumzile. So now we're at the part that I personally have been most giddy about, meeting the trailblazing founders who are changing the world. I invite all of you to meet our 2020 and 2021 fellows from Europe and Middle East and North Africa at our founder showcases happening at 11 a.m. Eastern. Whether they are busy preserving the planet, educating the next generation, or improving their community's well-being, these women impact entrepreneurs will share the big problems that they are obsessed with and the innovative solutions that they have built to tackle them. You don't want to miss this. In order to participate, scroll down to the breakout sessions on our event website, Cartier Women's Initiative 2021.com, to attend the founder showcases. Our tagline at my company, The Crew, is "Every woman needs one." We all need people in our lives who we can exchange resources and ideas with. Yet, in this current environment, it's difficult to meet new people. And let's be honest, who really enjoyed awkwardly exchanging business cards at those cocktail parties anyway? Today, we've got a lot less random and way more fun opportunity for you to connect with relevant individuals. Search and filter attendees by keywords through the event website and network with like-minded people. I'll see you after the break. Welcome back. In the first half of the lay of the land, we explored our external environment. Now we're turning inward. The abolitionist and writer Frederick Douglass once said that without struggle, there is no progress. When we think about being prepared for sudden shocks, we think about shielding or protecting ourselves to weather the storm. In fact, there's a very popular term for that, resiliency. But what if we could move beyond resiliency to something even more powerful? What if being exposed to shocks actually made us stronger? That's the theory developed by Nassim Nicholas Taleb in his seminal work, Anti-Fragile. And after what we've just been through, it seems to resonate more than ever. Nassim will be discussing this with Cyril Vigneron, President and CEO of Cartier, in a conversation moderated by Katrine Marchal. Katrine is a journalist and award-winning author of the book, Mother of Invention: How Good Ideas Get Ignored in an Economy Built for Women. Over to you.
My name is Katrine Marchal, and I am delighted to be here with you to talk about anti-fragility. What are the things that actually gain from disorder? How can we strive to not just survive volatility, but benefit from it? Because it has been a rocky year for many of us. And the idea that we're going to be discussing today is that this volatility, this rockiness, is not something to try to resist, but something almost to embrace and definitely trying to learn from. The question, of course, is how? I am joined today by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, who is the best-selling author of The Global Phenomenon, which is the book Anti-Fragile. He's a former trader and he's an expert on risk and uncertainty. And he's joining us today from Atlanta in the US. We're also very honored to be joined by Cyril Vigneron, who is the CEO of Cartier and is joining us from Geneva in Switzerland. Nassim Nicholas Taleb, you coined this word, anti-fragile, because we needed it. Why? What does it mean? Let's start by defining it.
Okay, there is a word for robust. The word called robust. There's a word to describe the property of objects that are not affected by disorder, by harm, by other things. So, but the problem is that word is imprecise because sometimes people mean things that may benefit from turmoil. So the way I reclassify things is by saying that you have the fragile, you know, it breaks under stress, it breaks under volatility, it breaks under chaos. It breaks if you try to harm it, it breaks easily. The robust doesn't care, okay, doesn't improve, doesn't degrade. Pretty much like the bird, you know, the phoenix, you shoot it, it comes back the same, okay? And then, but there is a category, like Hydra, you try to harm it and it improves. And this is shared in many biological phenomena. Like, for example, you have hormesis. If you give you a little bit of poison, you're going to be better off. A lot of poison, of course, will end up harming you. So I try to classify things along these three categories. But this came from my background as a trader. Before I became an academic, I was a trader and I specialized in volatility. And we had a word for things that improve from volatility that didn't exist in other languages, called long gamma. So, so from that background, I tried to recycle things from into the modern scientific vocabulary, and try to map it mathematically, and then started writing academic papers on things that gain from disorder, what property, I call it convexity, anything that has more upside than downside eventually will gain from disorder. And of course, you start seeing the world differently once you formalize something. And I started, of course, looking at things and say, well, this benefits from little more disorder. Effectively, if you sit on a chair for 9 months without walking, without doing any, and even worse, if you lie down, you're going to lose bone density. So a little bit of, shocks, a few shocks, a little bit is good for you. And that's what I meant by anti-fragile. Of course, you're going to ask me how to translate it into companies, and this is discussion today.
Yeah, I mean, so it's fascinating. So the fragile is, so there's like an egg that breaks under pressure. The robust is like a big piece of stone, a rock or something. And then the anti-fragile, the hydra that you cut off one head and two heads come back. So Cyril Vigneron, I mean, you've been thinking quite deeply about this concept. I know it's meant quite a lot to you. Why do you find it so useful?
So first of all, I will not come into too many details now because there are many other details question afterwards. But I must say that I read Professor Taleb's book twice, and it's very dense, and both are very easy to understand as first round. And we want to apply, not so easy, but we come in depth, a lot of things. And I've learned to find things both on the personal life, and especially, for instance, I'm married to a Japanese. We have children and can choose in some way what do they want to have, 1 passport, 2 passports, 3 passports, something are allowed and something have to choose. But then the question can be, what can be in the future kind of anti-fragile country, for instance, when you can make that choice? Or how do you can make your personal investment? Do you choose one, or do you choose both, or do you choose, how do you want to manage that on your own? And in short term or long term, when things can be quite different. But also, of course, as company leader, it takes even a different stance. Initially, the question is, say, when a crisis comes, you just don't know, and you tend to think it's unpredictable. But in fact, it comes quite frequently. And so the question, how to prepare a company to be more anti-fragile. And when a crisis comes and you find some part that you had seen and you had learned from, it was fine. But then you find new things and new reasons to be fragile that you had not seen before. And if you can bring just the fact to bring a learning culture in some way by itself, will make it anti-fragile. So many things were really, really useful and could be operated in many ways, and you constantly learn from it. So it has been useful both personal life and as a company, and I guess we'll come in more details further down this interview.
Yeah, and that's one of the key concepts, isn't it? That sort of we underestimate how much volatility is always there and guides our life. And the idea of being anti-fragile is sort of being able to benefit from that, or at least
I would say
survive.
Not necessarily volatility, because something can be volatile but predictable, and you can do hedging in a way which is kind of known. The point is, say, when you face something you just don't know, that come at some point with something which was not predictable, and it's more uncertainty or something, an event that comes and takes you in some way by surprise. But in some way you should not be surprised because you know they would come one day. So that's something different, how to get prepared for something you don't know.
Something you don't know. And so let's talk about that concept, Nassim Nicholas Taleb. You discuss in this book that we do not want to be like the turkey. So the turkey every day gets fed by the farmer and draws the conclusion from this data that the farmer loves the turkey because every day the farmer gives the turkey food, and then boom, Christmas comes, turkey is no more. So you coined these sort of, to the turkey, this is an unpredictable event because all the data that the turkey had showed that the farmer actually loved the turkey. But these unpredictable events, you call them black swans. Yes. And that concept of the black swan is related to anti-fragility. How?
Yes. The most important thing is, if you want to be anti-fragile, the first thing is to not be fragile. And you know what's going to break you, okay? You want to survive. To make it, you must first survive. So it's a condition. You must avoid fragility, to move away from the left, which is fragile, to the center, robust, and to get to anti-fragile, you must be robust. So it's just a very simple, logical relationship between these concepts. And a lot of people didn't get it. They didn't get the idea that you must avoid fragilities at all costs to be able to have more upside than downside. Now, how do you build systems that can handle black swans? Well, the first thing I'm going to say is that for many things, you can't predict what's going to happen. Okay, so you can't predict calamities, but you know how it would affect you when it happens. So the nature equipped us, for example, with redundancies. We have two kidneys, and what's the reason we have two kidneys? You don't have to predict what's going to make you lose a kidney, whether it's someone hitting you with a stick, whether it's necrosis, or whether it's lead poisoning. So you have two kidneys, you see. So I have a lot of lung capacity just in case something happens to my lungs. I got plenty left. So nature equips us with redundancies. Same thing for companies. You must have redundancies. You must be able to survive shocks. And having redundancies, which is the exact opposite of leverage. You can have a little bit of leverage, but you got to realize that leverage being the opposite of redundancy fragilizes you. So having some of these would allow you to survive shocks and benefit from them if it happens. And also it prevents you from that being put in a position where you have to be very accurate in your forecasting. Because the biggest problem we have is we can't forecast. And when you're fragile, you must forecast the future. If you're robust, at least robust, you don't have to be that precise in your forecasting. You see? So you can collect what we call options. You have more upside than downside. You benefit from what I call the cluster of randomness. The cluster of randomness, which is disorder, variation, variability, shocks, chaos. You can benefit up to a point, of course.
So being anti-fragile or having an anti-fragile business, you don't have to predict the future, which that sounds good. Cyril Vigneron, how has this, so what Nassim Nicholas Taleb is saying here is that, the easiest way to become anti-fragile is to avoid the big downsides, the black swans. It's more, if I understand it correctly, it's more important to sort of avoid these big disasters than to grow 2% more than everyone else in a situation where all businesses are growing. How has this sort of affected your thinking about business and building companies?
And I will give three very concrete examples. And the first is for the entire group and what our chairman has put in place. He said in case of big crisis, everyone is facing a cash issue. So he said, I don't care having a lazy balance sheet. I don't want to leverage. I will have a lot of cash because cash gives you time. And in most crises, the question is how do you react? But if you have, and as we are in businesses which have a kind of inertia, it can be a problem. So, but if you have the cash, then you can find what's going on, how can I react, and it can be fine. So he said, I prefer to have a lot of cash that stays. And even if my banker said, but why don't you do things with this cash? Because I know in case of black swan, I will need it. And it's been quite fruitful in the past year, because there was a period unexpected before that from March to basically April, May, everything shut down everywhere. So anyway, there was no revenue at all. But so if you're a cash-rich company, you can go through it without dismantling anything, and it's very useful. Other example, when we had faced some overcapacity in the past, and so tried to reallocate production. The question say, well, there was a brand new building in somewhere that became unoccupied, but in an area where in some way where the real estate market is quite low, but kind of a state-of-the-art kind of functional environment friendliness and so forth. So some say, why don't you sell this building? I say, well, no one wants to buy now, and we can use to make it, and we talked about some tinkering, some research lab. Using this facility can also be a backup when these things rebound. Because when the market rebound in our industry can rebound quite fast. And because the inertia, the longest is to build walls. But if you have the walls, keep them. In some ways, kind of redundancy. But then when the market catch up, then you can be ready. So it's another example of how to do things that can work. Then third example was in a period where the kind of market dynamics would take kind of to one clientele, like say, especially Chinese customers. And when with also Chinese buying domestically and also overseas, you can say, let's focus on this one, we'll get a very high revenue. But what happens if the borders get closed? What happens if there's a problem coming there? Then you also have to continue to develop all the other clienteles in Europe, in Russia, in the United States, Middle East, so that it can be in some way balanced. So it might look like a bit dilution of your investment, but when we faced something like last year, when actually the borders were closed, travel was stopped, everyone was at home, then we were kind of quote unquote fortunate to have developed clienteles who can buy at home and not to be dependent only on one. So it's third example also on client management. If you think at some point something may happen that prevent people from traveling, whether a disease, whether political, social unrest, whatever, you should not be too much affected by that. And that's what we had done the past 5 years. And so as a result, we did pretty well during this crisis. The three examples, with very concrete example of what Professor Taleb said. Cash, when you can say, it may look as lazy balance sheet, keep some properties as redundancy, and develop clienteles in area that might not look the most profitable in some period, but may look very, very useful when we have incidents or crises as we have faced.
I have an anecdote that illustrates the point. Is you know, the Kennedy family was in their days one of the wealthiest families in America. The father of the President Kennedy got rich during the thanks owing to the Great Depression. Why? He had a lot of cash, so he walked around. I buy this, I buy this, I buy this, and he bought a lot of companies and a lot of real estate during the Depression, and sure enough, the thing rallied after. So I'm giving just a simple example where it's not just a defensive strategy, but it can be an aggressive strategy to win cash, because in the crisis, you can buy what you want.
Yeah, so the Kennedy fortune being a good example of the point about cash made by Cyril Vigneron as one sort of strategy that he's used, which is coherent with this concept of trying to be anti-fragile. So we've mentioned, when we're talking about things that can be predicted and things that can't be predicted, so let's talk about last year. I mean, Cyril Vigneron has already mentioned it, because Nassim Nicholas Taleb, you actually predicted a global pandemic already in your book, The Black Swan, from 2010. And you have been saying everywhere during the last year that COVID-19 was not a black swan. Why is that?
Okay, so let me tell you that something covered by Hollywood cannot be a black swan. So these scenarios, and then anybody who knows history knows about pandemics. They're about a colleague and a friend of mine who collected data and showed that it was effectively an extremely fat-tailed phenomena. The pandemics were unpredictable maybe locally, but we know that we're going to have a pandemic over the next 50 years with very high probability. But there's a difference, and I explained in the Black Swan that our environment makes pandemic vastly more dangerous and makes them spread a lot faster, because in the old days, to go from on the Silk Road from Asia to Europe, you traveled at maximum speed of 30 kilometers a day. Today, one simple conference in Las Vegas with 30,000 dentists or something like, specialists of, I don't know, specific disease. They come in from all around the world. And there's a conference that gathered 120 people, from 120 countries. They come in, and within 3 days, they redistribute the entire to the entire planet. So today we're living in an environment where we have a lot more connectivity, whether cultural, whether financial, whether economic, or biological. You see, so that was explained in the Black Swan, where I was talking about changes in the environment that make some what they call tail event, these events that matter a lot, that have a low probability of occurring, but when they occur, they have a huge impact. I said, but these must be white swans. It's like, we're going to have storms here in Atlanta. We know, okay. So a pilot who doesn't know about storms eventually, will crash the plane. And this is what happened with this. Was predictable, is the incompetence of governments, because the big risk has been a pandemic for a long time. But meanwhile, they spent trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars on what? On nuclear weapons. Well, the danger is something you pick up at the bar. You see.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's the global interconnectedness of our economy and society that makes us more fragile, right, when it comes to pandemics.
Exactly.
And I would say also some comment about what we had seen in the past 10 years. So in 2000, in our industry, in 2002 and 2003, there was the SARS, and then later on there was the MERS. So two were kind of localized, but anyway, pandemics already. And so seeing how they could spread. Then kind of financial crisis, 2008 and 2009. And then came something where China government went for anti-corruption, and this affected massively the watch consumption. Then came a devaluation of the renminbi, also affected significantly the Chinese customers. So we had things that say China can be something with ups and downs, global financial market can be, an epidemic can be. So anyway, to say it was predictable that something of such a kind might happen, or one of the three, or the three together. In this case, with the three together, it starts pandemics and economic and financial.
So this was
let me make a comment here from those who know history would realize that the elders understood a lot better what was going on than the moderns, okay? Because the ancients knew how to deal with pandemics. They had lazarettos all along. I mean, they understood that you needed to maximize profits, have a healthy economic life, but at the same time, that travelers who bring merchandise bring diseases with them. So after the 16th, 17th, 18th century, progressively you had what is called lazarettos all along the border between what was east, which was the Ottoman Empire, and the Habsburg, you see, and what was west. And they had rules. Oh, you're coming from where? I come from Istanbul. Okay, 7 days of lazaretto. And it worked in both directions. If you came from Paris, okay, 9 days to go into the Ottoman Empire. So they had rules and mechanisms to prevent in place, okay? And then they deactivated the lazarettos at quiet times and reactivated very quickly. It took us a year in the United States to realize what's going on. It took us actually 13 months to require negative PCRs while entering this country. So 13 months. So the Ottoman Empire would have been 2 days.
So you're both talking about how this was, predictable, and there were, SARS, for example, and we should have learned from that, but we didn't do that. And learning from error is also an important part of being anti-fragile, isn't it? So Nassim Nicholas Taleb, would you say that now are we safer because of
we're a lot better
COVID?
off? Yeah, we're better off because the world is rational, and like after a plane crash, the next plane ride will be safer. So we were extremely lucky to get this virus and not another one. It could have been a lot worse, or something like bacteria that is antibiotic sensitive, escaping hospitals. That would have been a lot worse. So we were lucky, and now we're prepared for the next one. And we're having this conversation online, which shows that effectively, some companies can make, as we say in New York, make lemonade out of lemon. Lemon being a misfortune, and you make lemonade out of it. And I'm going to give you an example, actually, of people who have benefited from this pandemic. A friend of mine owns a gym in California, And the gyms, as you know, were the hardest hit because nobody wants to go to the gym to get infected. So the first 2 days, he, of course, was depressed, didn't know where to go, didn't know what to do. And of course, being an entrepreneur, he said, oh, I'm going to make lemonade out of this lemon. So he started a company manufacturing home equipment and equipping people, and made a fortune. And he said, listen, I got rich out of the pandemic. I would have never been spurred into starting this business. And he said, listen, I have 400 members or 500 members in my gym. At least 100 or 150 of them would want to have a gym at home. You see, and sure enough, he sold not 150 but thousands of gyms. He equipped 1,000 homes. He has a company now that does just that, for example. So here's someone who said, okay, there is a crisis, it's affecting me. I'm not gonna sit, cry and ask for the government to subsidize my lifestyle. I'm gonna go ahead and grasp the opportunity. And sure enough, he did it. And I know many cases of people like that, like waiters in restaurants. They lost their job, and they figured out that you can make a lot of money in the delivery business. A lot of old people didn't want to leave their homes in New York, so and instead of making $15 an hour, they're making $50 an hour in the delivery business. So you just have to look at every single crisis as a potential opportunity somewhere. Maybe it's not, you're not going to find opportunity, but at least you must try. And that's the approach people need to take while in life in general. They're just saying every problem must be an opportunity.
So it's all about sort of grasping that opportunity, and as those two examples you gave, people who just change their businesses and find a way to sort of gain from this disorder and from this crisis. And the concept that you were talking about before that was sort of error and learning from error. Yes. And I'd be interested to hear from Cyril Vigneron about that, because that's obviously, we're here in the context we're talking to a lot of entrepreneurs who are listening here today, and failing, how do you fail fast, and how do you learn from failure is something that many entrepreneurs are thinking about, and is also a key concept in becoming anti-fragile. How do you think about this, Cyril Vigneron? What do you do in order to make sure that you fail fast and fail in a way that you learn something from?
Well, first, there is something where you can learn, and even without failing. You can see some new context. So, for instance, when you see, well, the entire supply chain has been disrupted, how can I think about it differently? And to say, rather than having a centralized different system, you can have a distributed one. And so you can change the system, then it becomes structurally less anti-fragile. The other part, also what Nassim said before, you have to be careful that if you fail, it doesn't kill you. So there may be some part, a protective part, that some failure, are fatal. So you have to make sure that these fatal mistakes don't happen, and that you create a learning culture for those. They say, first, I'd say they're small mistakes, so to just forget them, just solve the issue, that's all. Medium mistakes, you have to learn. And then the big one you avoid, and big one, the CEO has to resign. There's something quite a responsibility, or something that come later about skin in the game. If you took something, it's a big mistake, you have to take responsibility for it. And a super big one, meaning the company can collapse. So there's some part that should not be just fail. There's something you should not fail first. And then the part there's some question on whether you can know of the expected result or you can't. If you can, it's better to do some small testing and constantly try things and to see which one work, which one not work. The worst is to fail without noticing, the slow crash. You can have sometimes so strong conviction, especially if you're kind of in an ivory tower, that you say, this is my strategy, I will deliver whatever happened because I want to be determined. And it may come to exactly opposite result that you wanted and you don't notice. So first, you have to notice when you're wrong direction. And second, if you can test things in the middle and put things which are more on the ground that have a good result for it. if you take even some anti-crisis policy of how should people behave when they face a pandemic, you probably will not find the appropriate measures because it's very difficult to know which single context and what they have to face. So you have to have more this part having small testing and small failures than having the big one that come just by surprise or that even coming without you noticing. So we have, for instance, creating some retail lab, which are one in Brooklyn, one in Shanghai, and they immediately test what they come up through with the retail team. And it works much better than having something, a centralized team only in Switzerland, try to find what will be good for retail customers in China and in the US, because anyway they behave differently. So do testing, test the market, do something which are localized, and in some way you have a lot of little failures that come at the end to more learning than try to put everything on big project, centralized driven, that may come to bigger errors that might be more difficult to get out.
That's a very interesting point about, you want to fail, but you want your failures to be small, and therefore you can set yourself up in a way that's much more localized. So Cyril Vigneron is talking about this, from the perspective of a business leader within a business. But Nassim Nicholas Taleb, is this a lesson for the world after the pandemic?
Definitely.
that localism is better? We shouldn't have these very fragile global supply chains that can just collapse, as we will see.
Exactly. I mean, I'm going to give a metaphor before answering you, a metaphor of two kind of companies that have very steady earnings and companies that have volatile earnings. Well, a lot of people think that companies with very steady earnings are healthier. Not true. The bankruptcies typically affect companies that have very steady earnings, because if you have volatile earnings, you will learn. You will learn. If you have drop in earnings, you'll figure out what's going on. You know what? Maybe there's an opportunity there. Maybe I'm doing something. So you learn from the drop in earnings. You learn just like your body. Your body communicates with the environment via stressors. Mm-hmm. It doesn't work with your brain. If I lift weight, you see that stressor on my bones will make me upregulate and get better. So companies upregulate under stressors. And let me give you a personal thing that applies to personal lives. We hear a lot about post-traumatic disorder, PTSD. Yeah, a lot, but something 10 times more frequent is post-traumatic growth, except that psychologists don't talk about it. They're not going to make money selling cures for post-traumatic growth, so they don't talk about it. Post-traumatic growth is when you experience a shock in your life, you get better, you upregulate. Just like when you lift weight, you get stronger. Just like when you go in the sun, your skin, codes for more UV, and is more resistant now. So same thing, people in their lives who have had problems, 9 times out of 10 will experience growth from it. As post-traumatic growth is behind the success of a lot of companies. You have a little bit of problem. So you must have a small problem every day. Just like scientific discovery doesn't come from people thinking about problems. It comes from people tinkering. You try, you make a mistake. It's called trial and error. And error is not a bad word in science. When it's trial and error, it's trial. You trial and error. The company is trial and error. You try. You will never know unless you try. So you try. You have to make sure, as our friend said, that it doesn't cost you much, that errors are bounded. And the whole idea of anti-fragile is that when your errors cost you less than what you will make if you're right. So you have more upside, small downside. A lot of small downside. So you probe uncertainty by tinkering, by trying things. And you probe uncertainty that way because it costs you very little. Just like I want to find a recipe for a good, canard à l'orange. Well, I take a recipe and I tinker. Okay, it's a small mistake. My guest may not be happy, but the next guest will be happy.
It depends on how hungry you are. Yeah.
Exactly. So what I meant is so there are two classes of mistakes, as Cyril had pointed out. One, some that kill you, and some that make you stronger. And you have to figure out ahead of time which one will kill you.
Because that's a common misunderstanding about your work, I'd say, or especially about this concept of anti-fragility, that some people who probably haven't read the book as thoroughly as they should, they tend to talk about it almost that being anti-fragile means that what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. But that's not at all what you say.
I have an analogy in the physical world. If I jump 1 meter, my bones will get stronger. If I jump 10 meters, they won't, you see, I'd be gone.
Yeah.
So it's exactly. So they're not the same. It's not the same mechanism. Something is good for you and something is bad for you. It's the same. It's just a matter of dosage.
And that's exactly what you were talking about, Cyril Vigneron, right? About that, error is fine, but it's about really avoiding those catastrophic failures. That's the most important thing.
Yes. So to illustrate also what the post-traumatic growth, in 2010, 2013 had been for luxury one of the fastest growth. And probably the next phase from now until 2023 will be also a period of really fast, robust growth. But so not so many are seeing it now. But so those who see can probably buy capacity and so forth at a cheap cost. But those who wait too long, it will not be possible anymore. So but there's something, it happened already 10 years ago. So it's not, again, something you can anticipate. But saying that if you make the same mistakes or dismantling your capacity now when it's too late, then you would probably regret it later on. And at some moment, you can make some really bad choices that make you really, really weaker and let all the space to the others. So I say, what kills me makes my opponent stronger. It's not me.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have to avoid that.
So, and this concept of tinkering, then, Cyril Vigneron, how do you tinker?
So as I mentioned, by doing if you say some research department, they should be distributed to have a manufacturing lab, a retail lab, a supply chain one, and they all communicate, but they are close to the field. They are close to where you can experiment. If you do something too much kind of R&D, which are too remote from everything, it doesn't work. Then also, if you think there is a good idea somewhere, let's try it right away and not try to conceptualize too much. And especially if there are things where you don't know if it might be or not be a good idea, just try. And then you get some surprises, some becoming really, really great and others just not working. And those who don't work, then you stop and you learn from them, that's all. So there are many ways, whether it's on products, on development, communication, on retail, many things that you can just test and learn from.
Yeah, so this concept of tinkering, I think, is familiar to many entrepreneurs, because I think it comes quite natural to the entrepreneur. Nassim Nicholas Taleb, I mean, you did discuss entrepreneurs and how they are often, but not always, naturally more anti-fragile. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, so the whole business of entrepreneurship is you try till you hit it big. Okay, the only problem is that in technology, you see, you have one winner and 2,000 losers. You see, that's the problem with technology. But there are a lot of areas in which you have one winner and maybe 2 losers, and you try again. So, but you must try. So the whole idea of entrepreneurship is misunderstood. How do we lift the world out of poverty? Not by, bankrolling civil servants and sending them to Africa. No, we build 1 billion people out of poverty. Okay, thanks to entrepreneurs, economic growth. Teach people to fail, because when they're young, they can fail many, many times. Recover, learn from it, use that post-traumatic growth, and continue. So teach people to fail. There's a lot of culture where it's very shameful to fail.
And to comment on that for the community that we have with women's entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, the fact to put them in community also help, because they can learn from each other. Some of the entrepreneurs are small businesses who find lonely. If you can put a community where everyone can share, then all the community can learn from each other's failures as well, or get also some network to get the options to find what they cannot find on their own. So the network and having a group in some way increases much more the chances of survival and the learning phase, rather when you're just alone and you have to find on your own, on only your own experiments and your own experience.
Which is also
interestingly, the highest bankruptcy rate in the world is in the United States. And within the United States, where is it? In Silicon Valley. The areas, so the higher the rate of bankruptcy, that's a paradox, the more dynamic and more successful the area is going to be. You see, so you have, it's like generalized tinkering, where the entire country is tinkering via entrepreneurs to get better, and that's how that's how the world improves.
So one of the reasons why entrepreneurs are more anti-fragile, if I understand your work correctly, is because entrepreneurs tend to have skin in the game. What does that mean?
Okay, so let me. It's at many levels. Okay, skin in the game means that you pay for the harm you cause to others. In other words, that you can't harm others without being harmed yourself. If you drive on a highway, you will notice, I mean, that it's relatively safe. Okay, you don't have a nut driving, killing 30, 40 people anymore. Why? Because these people are already gone. So those who tend to be dangerous to others are also dangerous to themselves. So that's my idea of skin in the game. So it is a condition that you must not put others at risk without incurring the same risks yourself. In the old days, of course, warmongers were first in line. Hannibal, Alexander, Julius Caesar. As a matter of fact, they were even more exposed than others. And 2/3 of Roman emperors died of a non-natural death, assuming the others were not poisoned. Okay. So this is the base of the idea. But then there is the learning, tinkering thing that comes with it. It's just as follows. A friend of mine, when I retired from trading, I went into academia. A friend of mine decided to lose his money slowly in the restaurant business. Okay. So he went and invested in a restaurant, and he noticed that restaurants, have like a subculture of awards. So and the restaurant that get a huge award by critics and stuff like that were likely to go bankrupt sometimes before the gala dinner where they give you the award. Okay. So why? Because the restaurants that focus on pleasing the critics are different from those who focus on pleasing their clients. Basically, you should be judged by the credit card. That's skin in the game. You have contact with the end product, with reality. And it's absent in government when it becomes very large, and present in government when it's small, as in Switzerland. You see, you have a contact with the end product, which is your customer. You don't want to impress your critic. You want to impress your accountant and your client. Okay, so this is sort of the idea of skin in the game. And I noticed in academia that because I have been an academic now for 13 years, full time, or sort of like with full title, and I noticed that they're not interested in the end product. They're interested in impressing other academics. So I tell people, the plumber, is he trying to impress the other plumber, or is he trying to impress you? If he's trying to impress the client, okay, so the business is going to be healthy and it's easy to detect expertise. But there are businesses where you're just trying to impress your peers, as like academia, with a lot of fields, government, academia. A government one becomes large, not one is small. Large corporations. Okay, where you
but entrepreneurs don't have less of that problem, is what you're saying.
Yeah, of course, entrepreneurs are trying to, have direct contact with reality. If the product failed, they have failed. You see, and it's not the judgment, and they're not relying on they can win the prize of the best entrepreneur. Okay, in Manhattan, they can win any prize they want. Okay, put it on the wall of their living room. But you know what? If the product failed, they did fail.
So it's not about the prices, it's about being anti-fragile, and one way to set yourself up like that is learning from error. It's about more local systems, and it's about tinkering. So thank you so much.
There's one little caveat here, sorry to interrupt, to say that you should not steal anti-fragility from others. Because a lot of people, like bankers in the 80s, they would They would be anti-fragile. In other words, a shock would not harm them. Why? Because they're transferring the risk to the taxpayer or to their shareholders. But that's pretty much over.
And that's where the concept of skin in the game comes in. It's about
Yes.
not transferring risk to others. So we're going to have to end here for now. Thank you so much, Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Thank you so much, Cyril Vigneron, for this this hopefully very enlightening. It's been very enlightening to me, this discussion. And in the next session, which will be led by philanthropist and journalist Maria Shriver, we will be hearing concrete examples from business owners, how they have changed their business models to become more anti-fragile in this crisis, and how their work has also made their communities more anti-fragile. My name is Katrine Marsal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katrine. There are 3 concepts that it's important we take away from our previous session on anti-fragility. They are especially relevant in today's conversation because they're applicable to business, entrepreneurship, and also in our personal lives. The first takeaway is that you can't predict when calamities will strike, but you can know how they will affect you. If you prepare ahead of time, you can survive shocks. For example, as a business owner, you can prepare for economic shocks by having cash available or diversifying your clients. The second takeaway is that there are 2 classes of mistakes, some that kill you and some that make you stronger. Figure out ahead of time which ones would kill you. What kills you makes your opponent stronger, not you. The third takeaway is to notice when you're going in the wrong direction. Avoid the slow crash. And test your strategy on the ground early. Now that we've heard about how entrepreneurs epitomize anti-fragility, and we understand the concept in theory, let's see how that plays out in practice. Next, We'll hear from 4 of our fellow entrepreneurs from New Zealand, Nigeria, and Russia on how they came to grips with the pandemic. Moderating this session is Maria Shriver, award-winning journalist, best-selling author, and founder of Shriver Media and the Women's Alzheimer's Movement. It's my honor to hand it over to you, Maria.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. That's so kind of you. Well, welcome to all of you, wherever you are in the world, wherever you are joining us from, welcome. Let me say, I am so happy that you are here. I'm so happy for you that you are here. Why? Because I want you to sit back, because you are about to meet 4 extraordinary women, women who will blow your mind, women who will move your hearts. These are 4 architects of change. Now, what is an architect of change? I describe an architect of change as a person who sees a problem, doesn't wait for somebody else to come in and fix the problem. They imagine solving the problem, and then they go out and they do it. Their goal, their mission is to make life better for others. Their goal, their mission is to make a difference. Their goal, their mission is to impact the lives of others. And this kind of work takes tremendous perseverance. It takes tremendous guts. It takes tremendous bravery. And that's what all of these women have in common. They are fellows of the Cartier Women's Initiative. And these 4 women that you're going to get to meet today were chosen out of 240 fellows. These 4 women faced COVID. They didn't back down. They didn't give up. They looked it straight in the eye. They pivoted and they said, we're not going to stop. Our mission is so important. We're going to find a way around COVID. We're going to find a way to continue. We're going to find a way to solve the problem. So they are perfect examples of anti-fragility. They are extraordinary examples for women around the world. And that's why I'm so excited to be here. There isn't any place else I would want to be right now. And I have to tell you that I had the great opportunity of meeting these 4 women, talking to them a couple of weeks ago. We did kind of a little bit of a dress rehearsal, so to speak, for this day. And it was so inspiring to me to listen to them, to talk to them, to hear their stories, and to see that even a couple of them had heard about the problems in their countries through the media, and that media can be a force for good. And as a journalist, that always makes me super happy. And I just wanted to say that I first got involved in the Cartier Women's Initiative in 2019. I went up to San Francisco. I live in Los Angeles in California. And I went up to interview several women and be a part of the day event. And I remember feeling so moved that day. It brought tears to my eyes to meet these women from around the world, women who just persevered, women who had these ideas, women who wanted to make a difference in the lives of people who lived in their country. They didn't have money, they had connections, and the Cartier Women's Initiative helped them realize their dreams. And I said to the Cartier Women Initiative people, count me in with this whenever you gather again. And then we were supposed to gather last year in Boston, and COVID canceled us out. And I'm so glad that we managed to get together this year. Sure, it would be better to get together in person, and I hope next year we will. But this is almost as good, because what I have learned from these kinds of Zoom get-togethers, these gatherings, is that they can really move people's hearts. They can really get you thinking. They can inspire you to become an architect of change in your own right. And that's why I'm so excited for all of you to be joining us today, to be taking the time to listen to these women, because they deserve your attention. They deserve your applause. They deserve your gratitude. And I am so honored to be able to bring them to you, to bring their stories to you. They can bring their own stories to you. I am simply a person here They call me the moderator, but I'm a woman inspired by them. I'm a woman learning from them. I'm a woman who is moved by what they have done, by their ideas, by the names of their organizations, and by their fortitude and perseverance. So I want you to sit back. This is going to be about 50 minutes. Get comfortable and prepare to have your heart inspired, prepared to get ignited yourself. I think these women will move you to do something in your own life. That's what they did to me when I first met them. So I'm so excited that you're now going to meet them. These are the fellows of the Cartier Women's Initiative, and these are the 4 that they chose to tell you their stories with the hope that their stories will move you. So I want to begin by talking to, well, I'm going to introduce all 4 of you. Bear with me with some of the pronunciations, but Lisa King, she is joining us today from New Zealand, and she started an organization called Eat My Lunch, and she found out about the issue in her own country from the media. She was sitting at home, watched a story in her hometown, and said, I'm going to do something to solve that problem. So Lisa is joining us. You see her there on your screen. Teme Giatubasone is joining us from Nigeria, and she started something called Life Bank. And what she has done in her home country is truly extraordinary. She saw a problem, she stepped in to fix it. Olga Kitane is joining us from Russia. She is the founder of Alter. And what is so extraordinary is that she is matching therapists and science and patients through her app. She saw a problem and she stepped in to fix it. And then there is Yatunde, and I'm going to pronounce this right because I've been practicing, Ayo Oyalawo. Did I get it? Bravo. And I love the name of her organization. It's called Market Doctors. And she noticed that people were in the market, and she brought healthcare to the market in Nigeria so that people could get healthcare. These 4 extraordinary women, examples of anti-fragility, 4 extraordinary women who faced COVID head on, pivoted, and kept going. So Lisa, let me begin with you. I want to start with you because I said that you saw a story in your local media about a problem in your country that you didn't even know existed. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it was about 6 years ago. I was at home watching the news, and there was a piece just about kids coming to school with no food. And in New Zealand, we don't have a government-funded lunch program, so everyone brings their own food. So if you don't bring lunch, you don't get to eat all day. And I had no idea that we had such a massive child poverty issue in New Zealand. You know, everyone looks at New Zealand and, you know, even us living here, we think it's such an amazing country to be and there's enough for everybody. But about 1 in 5 children in New Zealand actually live in poverty, and they don't have access to security of food, you know, basics like shoes, good housing, clothing. So I was really shocked by watching this news piece. And being a mum and, you know, having young kids of my own who were going to school, I just couldn't imagine kids not eating all day and being in a classroom and trying to learn. And it was just one of those things that kind of touched my heart, and I just couldn't let it go, and I really wanted to do something about it.
So tell me, Lisa, you know, so many of us watch stories on the news and they touch our heart, but then we just go on to the next story and the next story. And people just feel so often, well, there's nothing I can do about that. Why did you think there was something you could do about it?
Well, I think, you know, those thoughts definitely came to my mind when I first saw that. I was like, God, it's such a massive problem. You know, I found out that there are about probably at least 25,000 children, if not more now, going to school every day without lunch. And I just thought, you know, I'm just a mum. You know, what can I do? And I just thought, well, actually, if it's not me, you know, the government wasn't doing anything about it. There weren't other organizations. And I just thought, actually, why not me? Even if I could just make an impact to 50 kids a day, that would be a great achievement in itself. And so I just decided I was going to do something, even if it was only going to be on a really small scale in my own backyard, in my hometown.
I love that, because so many of us say, well, how could I help? What difference could I make? And then you actually began to let that conversation change into, well, why not me? If not me, who then? Because if I just sit back, nothing will get done. How did COVID derail the work that you were doing? And then what did you have to do to stay on track?
Yeah, so the way that Eat My Lunch works is we work on a buy one, give one model. So corporates buy lunches for meetings, events, and that funds a free lunch for a kid in need at the same time. So when COVID hit and we were about to go into lockdown, no one was going to work. So our revenue stream stopped and kids weren't going to schools. So we didn't really know how to get lunches to them. And so we quickly changed from delivering lunches to workplaces to delivering fresh fruit and vegetables to people's homes during lockdown. And then when, we thought about, well, how are we going to get to the kids if schools are closed? We actually decided we were going to deliver them, food parcels every week to their homes with enough ingredients that they could make their own lunches for the week so they didn't miss out. And for the 5 weeks that we were in our first lockdown, we delivered to 2,000 kids' homes individually every week to make sure that they had enough food to get them through that period.
When you hear yourself, Lisa, say that, we pivoted, we brought food to their homes, we've served 2,000 people. What goes through your mind? Do you feel proud of yourself? Can you believe that you were able to do that?
It was a massive task because we were delivering to 77 schools every day. So to go from 77 to 2,000 kids' homes, everyone around us said, look, don't bother. Wait until lockdown's over. It's all going to be too hard. And there was definitely a period I was thinking, how are we going to do this? How are we going to get deliveries to 2,000 homes? But yeah, I think, like everything and probably all the other women here, I just knew we couldn't let the kids down. And, just because there's a lockdown and schools aren't opened, kids still need to eat. They don't stop going hungry. And, I'm just so proud of the team that every day they came to work, even when everyone else was locked down at home, they came in, they put in the effort to make sure that it happened. And there was just never a question about whether we were going to do it or not, or how, people just did it. And that's, I think, the power of organizations like ours that just have such a clear purpose.
That is so amazing that, that you said, I had fear about it, right? But I didn't doubt that somehow we were going to get it done. And while everybody else is in lockdown, you let that feeling go, like, these kids are going to go hungry if I don't get it done. And lockdown and COVID changed so many things. Olga, let's talk a little bit about what you saw and see in Russia. We hear around the world that COVID really impacted everybody's mental health and that we saw skyrocketing rates of depression. And your organization is really groundbreaking in Russia. How did you come up with this idea? And when you read about it, you think, well, I'm shocked that that didn't happen before.
Yeah, we are really in the middle of a global mental health crisis because anxiety and depression cost $1 trillion a year in lost productivity to the global economy, and 10% of all disabilities due to depression. And of course, COVID-19 made it even worse because according to experts, 1/3 of the people suffering from anxiety disorder after the COVID-19. But for a little bit of context, in Russia, there are no licensed procedures for psychologists or any laws protecting clients from incompetence or fraud. So when I needed to go to a psychologist. I ended up to going to 5 psychologists before I found the one who really fit with me and made a difference. So that's why I realized that, okay, was so hard for me, a trained therapist, to find a psychologist, how much harder it would be for others. And I decided to create a platform helping people to find the right and professional psychotherapist. And we've made our own science-based assessment system instead of licensing procedures in order to make sure that we would match a client with a specialist who are really capable of helping clients.
So you talk about how difficult it was for you to find somebody that could help you. What made you think you could take this on, that you could make a platform that would be science-backed, that could match people up, that could make a difference on such a scale?
Yeah, maybe it would sound silly, but I just jumped in because I realized the problem, and I feel that like I have a lot of experience because I'm a practicing psychologist myself, and I understand how I have a vision how we can solve this problem. And I just jumped right to it and started to do that without any concern, actually.
That is so incredible. How did COVID change your plans, derail your plans? How did you pivot? How did you not give up during COVID?
It was a little bit easier for us as a company because even prior to COVID, we were fully remote company. Mm-hmm. So with even the full lockdown in Moscow, we were able to continue to work all the time. And even in Russia, it was announced to be some kind of holidays, not to work, in order to push people to sit in the lockdown and not to go out. However, all of my team told me that don't worry, we will be continuing working, and because we understood that we really doing the things that people needed right now. And we should be a force of support and good in these strange times. And we even provided around 1,000 pro bono therapy hours for people who are in need, but they can't pay for therapy.
How do you know that you're making a difference? The idea that you actually did these pro bono hours, people in need, desperate need of therapy, and very often the difference between life and death, between reaching out and finding somebody that can help them or reaching out and finding nothing. How do you know you're making a difference?
A lot of clients gave us feedback after that, and we are now just having a special landing page with all of these comments and feedbacks from our clients. And actually it brought me to the tears when I read all of these comments saying how powerful it was for them and how thankful they are for the support we gave. So yeah, it was really great.
When you say you just jumped right in, that obviously you go like, I see a problem, I'm going to jump right in. Here comes COVID. Okay, I'm going to dig down. Did you ever think like, I want to give up. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do this. It's too big for me.
Yeah, sometimes for sure. When we grew, and now we are a company of 30 people, and sometimes now, I'm having an imposter syndrome. And telling myself like I can't do it anymore. I'm not the right person to continue to do that. I'm not a experienced CEO like what I'm doing here. But then I'm getting a lot of support from my team telling me that like I'm great in this and they believe in me. That is why they joined. So I need to continue to do that. So yeah, it's always like balance inside my head.
Well, it's so amazing. I think it's so honest to say, like, oh, I wonder, like, am I the right person? I have imposter syndrome. You know, like Lisa was saying, me? Why should I be the person? Well, then why not me? And gosh, maybe I'm not the right person, but maybe I am the right person. There's nobody else thought of this idea. Let me go to you, Yetunde. I thought it was so, when we first spoke a couple weeks ago, I was so moved by the name of your organization, Market Doctors, that you're walking through the markets in Nigeria and had this idea, what if I bring healthcare to the market? It's so obvious, and yet nobody thought of that before. What difference do you think you're making?
Well, thank you. And I think I'm just trying to change the mindset of people, that people have to come to healthcare. You know, most of the time we feel people have to come to healthcare, but really we can take healthcare to people, and especially to those that need it most. So, you know, there's that barrier of white coat, of what the price will be. I'm not sure what I'm even going for. But when you take healthcare to people, you speak in their language in a way they understand, it's more acceptable to them, and it's also making it available to them. So I felt the market was a good place to meet people, because people congregate at the market. People go to the market about 2-3 times in a week. So I felt if I took healthcare to the market, they'll just add it to their shopping bags.
But what did people say to you? Like, you can't bring healthcare to the market. People are busy. They're shopping. They're not going to be open to that idea.
People felt it was not going to be it wasn't going to be a good idea initially. But I remember the first time I did it, I just put a canopy in a very busy market, and I was ringing a bell. A friend was ringing a bell and telling people that there's a doctor in the market. And people said a doctor in the market, and they actually came to see. Of course, their stereotype first told them this should be a nurse. But I told them I was a doctor and I was ready to attend to them. And they came forward, they kept on coming and saying a doctor in the market. And that was how it started. I knew there was a need for it, because they kept on coming, and we were seeing them. Initially, it was free before we started to charge, but I mean, it was just meeting their needs where they needed it most.
Now, how did you handle COVID? Because the market is a crowded space, and we were all told during COVID, avoid the market, avoid crowded spaces. And then here you are asking people to come to you in the market. So how did you handle that?
Yeah, so during COVID, even during the lockdown, there was no way the markets could be shut, really. There was a rotation during the COVID lockdown, in which the markets had days that were going to be opened. But at that time, because of the challenge of employee safety, because we weren't really sure of the mode of transmission and all of that, there was so much palpable fear. So we joined an health education, because they already knew us in the market. We were a face they knew, and we joined in the health education and telling them that COVID was real and it was available, and that healthcare was still available through other means. And one thing that struck us was the fact that a lot of the pregnant women said they were going to start delivering at home. They were afraid of going to the hospitals because of for the fear of contracting COVID. So we decided to do a maternity kit for them, a COVID maternity kit, in which we put all the things they needed, you know, so that even if they had to go to a traditional bath attendant, they still had the Macintosh, they had the sterile blade, they had the cord, and they had a few things that would last them at least to make the delivery clean, and also to use for a few days or weeks after delivery. So there was a lot of fear, and of course there was loss of income. So organizations also approached us to use the network we had to give relief materials, you know, to people. So with the network we had, all we had to do was just to set up the system and call them. We went to the communities, and one just reached the other, you know, and we were able to also distribute materials. And I think another thing that was really that we did during COVID was the survival kit, because we realized that there were simple things to just measure. Your temperature, the pulse oximeter for your oxygen saturation, then some vitamins, which people were even scared to go to the pharmacies. So what we did was that we packaged a kit, and we called it the survival kit, which people could use to measure their temperature, get the vitamins they needed, get their oxygen saturation, and they could actually call back to us as the healthcare providers and, consult with us over the phone. So those were the things that really kept us busy during COVID.
So actually, you came up with ideas that you didn't even think about before COVID by listening to what people were saying in the market. I'm not going to go to the hospital to have my baby. And then you're like, okay, idea, I'll do a maternity kit. Or then people like wondering, how am I going to survive? I'm going to do a survival kit. And I mean, did people say to you, like, just go home and start this idea later? This is not what we need right now. It's dangerous in the market. You're a woman. You shouldn't be here.
Yeah, it was tough to go out initially, but we had to be brave and we had to protect ourselves. At some point, it was difficult to get PPE, but later we were able to. And at that point, we even partnered with the government, and we were doing serious sensitization. I knew we went to over 60 markets during the COVID period, and we're having serious sensitization of the people about COVID, about hand washing, about simple things they just needed to do, even within the community, and also trying to tell them not to stigmatize COVID, because it was one of the major problems during COVID. When people had the symptoms, they didn't want to come out, and there was also the cultural challenge of people saying, I'm not ill. I don't have temperature, whereas you can feel that you're actually hot, So there was all of those were challenges. There were barriers to actually getting care during COVID, and we're able to tell them that one was treatment was provided free, testing was provided free during that period, and we're able to educate them that there's no need to stigmatize COVID. If you have it, go to the center, get tested, and get treated.
So you said there a minute ago, you have to be brave. What does bravery feel like to you?
I'll say, everybody was fearful. And when there was lockdown, everybody was at home, and every day you get up and you say goodbye to your girls, to your children, to your husband, and you dress up and you go out almost every single day. And when you came back, you couldn't go in the normal way. You had to first wait, remove your clothes, wash, before you could even say hello to the people at home. And every day, sometimes you even felt like, am I hot? Am I feeling hot? Am I getting COVID? And there's just all of that around it. And you're hearing of deaths as well. And you're wondering, are we going to survive this period? Are we going to survive this period? So for anybody who was involved in the fight against COVID, no matter how small it was, is actually brave. And it means going out, defying all the odds, during that period to continue to save lives.
So what that gave me goosebumps. You're like, every day you say goodbye to your family, goodbye to your children, get dressed and go out there. Why?
It's like a call of duty. It's when duty calls. You can't just sit down and watch things happen. You can't sit down and let things just happen. You can't sit down and remember the number of people who are dependent on you for information, who are dependent on you to make life better for them, who are dependent on you to do things for them. And you've been able to communicate with them somewhat, text message, WhatsApp group, and you know what your patients are going through, either by loss of income, financial, even a symptom challenge. We have malaria here, and we have other things that look like COVID. So there's also that symptom testing challenge, and people forgot about other diseases. People forgot about hypertension. People forgot about diabetes. People forgot about other chronic and communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases that could kill, and people needed their pills. So we had to rise up to that challenge. We had to deliver to them. We had to send to them. So it was a time when you just had to rise up for others.
I love that. Rise up. A sense of duty, a call of duty. I think that's what all of these women have in common, is this, like, if not me, who? It is my duty. I can make a difference. I'm going to persevere. Teme, let's talk a little bit about Life Bank. How did you get that idea? It also is so progressive, so creative, so inventive, and you wonder, like, why didn't anybody think of that?
Thank you, Maria. First, ladies, I mean, I don't even know what I can say after this. You guys have hit it out of the park and just really incredible stories that I'm just inspired by.
Yeah.
I sometimes I ask myself, why did it take me to solve this problem? Mm-hmm. And because this problem had been in existence for a very long time. The number one killer of women in childbirth across the world is something called postpartum hemorrhage. Basically, a mom delivers a baby and then she starts bleeding, and then within a couple of hours, she's dead. This is a very large problem. It's catastrophic. It happens very quickly. And without access to blood, she's going to die. So it kills a vast majority of people, of women in childbirth. And, if blood was simply in the hospital when she's delivering, she has a better chance, much, much improved chance of surviving that birth and surviving postpartum hemorrhage. It was from the story of my sons. I have a 7-year-old. I hope it doesn't interrupt us. But it was from his birth that, I got inspired to do this work. I was very lucky to have access to great healthcare and to have people around me who could help. And I felt duty bound, much like Olga and Lisa and Yetunde. I felt duty bound to help other people, other women just like me in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Africa, and to help rescue them when they are delivering their baby.
But what made you think, like, I can do this? I can, first of all, Life Bank, right? That I can get the blood that these women need and I can save lives. You're a mother, you're giving birth. What made you think I can actually solve this problem? Why me?
I don't know what, I can't tell you what it is. I just felt duty bound. I felt that this was going to be my life's work. I felt deeply committed to the work. And I was willing to learn. I was willing to do the work of really actually discovering how you build a structure. I always knew in the beginning that tech was going to build, enable us to build a system that is agile and that can sort of like match supply to demand and can really solve this problem at scale. So for me, I felt like because my understanding of the health sector, I'd worked in health for a very long time, and in sort of like in the management area, I thought I could bring that together with technology and actually solve this problem once and for all. It was a problem that was so large and very silent, right? And I just felt like, why were people like ignoring postpartum hemorrhage? You'd have a lot of like outreaches about, HIV and other really other conditions on the continent, but you never heard about people really being passionate about postpartum hemorrhage and stopping it once and for all. So I thought that with technology, I would be able to build a platform that actually makes it really possible to finally solve this problem once and for all. And that was the commitment that I made to myself 6 years ago.
I love that all four of you, it was really a personal calling, call it a sense of duty, but a realization that this problem existed, this challenge existed, and if not you, who? But what's so great is that all four of you said and say, I can fix that. I believe in myself. I have a vision. Tell how did COVID derail you or cause you to pivot?
Much like Yetunde was saying, I told myself, COVID or no COVID, babies will be born, right? COVID or no COVID, people are going to have malaria. They're going to need the critical supplies that we already were structured to deliver to the hospital. And, that was sort of like what we really committed to do, like COVID or no COVID, lockdown or no lockdown, we needed to still continue operating. But, everyone talked about, there was a fear, like, do we need to really shut down? What's our duty here within the context of COVID? And, I took a couple of days, really think deeply and really spent a lot of time asking myself tough questions about, what was my duty to my children? Was it to protect them and myself by staying home? Was it, my duty to my community more critical? What do I need to do? And I think in the end, I knew that I had some skills that was really critical to how the country was going to respond to COVID. And I knew that if I had been quiet and went on the ground and didn't say anything, and that, we may have had, worse outcomes. So those skills are, systems building, doing things in the face of long odds. And, and I decided that rather than sort of like be defensive with COVID and try to protect, whatever I built, I was going to build more. I was going to go faster. I was going to sort of like really actually expand. So within COVID, we expanded to Kenya, started helping people in Kenya. We expanded across Nigeria. We opened 3 COVID-19 testing centers. Before COVID, we were just a blood distribution business. We were moving blood from point A to point B. After COVID, we started testing people for COVID. We ended up testing over 5% of Nigeria's entire national testing capacity. We opened 3 mass testing centers, drive-through, walk-through centers. We started distributing medical oxygen. So not only did we maintain our blood business, but we expanded the use cases for our business in hospitals. We started delivering medical oxygen because it became essential for COVID-19 treatment. We started getting those cylinders in the hands of hospitals. And for me, I think that made LifeBank stronger and really, 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 really like really agile, right? And very, very robust business. And for me, I think that was one of the best decisions I've made so far, to rather than defend and stay home and cover and protect whatever gains I felt like I'd made, I decided to, try more and expand and do more and really drive impact in a scalable way.
It's so inspiring take me in a second when you said you had these deep conversations with yourself. What were those like? What were Yatunda was talking about, her own children, wondering when she left every day, saying goodbye, should she go out into the market? And, what was her responsibility of home to her work, to her community? And you talk about these deep conversations you had, and that at some point you decided, I'm going to continue it. Not only I'm going to continue, I'm going to expand. Did anybody try to talk you out or did you try to talk yourself out in those deep conversations?
Oh yeah. And it was with a most love, like, people would call and I would hear the love in their voice and asking me to not do these things, asking me to protect myself and asking me, to take a step back, because we were at the front line. Much like Yetunde and Olga and Lisa, we were at the front line. We were actually testing people. So we were like, my team, I'd be in the center itself, seeing COVID patients and seeing them come in and getting them tested and seeing them go out. So we were at the eye of the storm. And people will call me parents, my parents' friends, my own friends, people that really loved me would ask, why are you doing this? I'm sure no one is paying you to do this, why? Why wouldn't you just protect yourself? And for me, all I could say is I actually decided that I was going to do it for the children. Because if we had a major pandemic that we couldn't really bring under control, it was going to affect me. And that I had a duty. That was all I kept telling people, that it was my duty, that it's my duty as an adult, as a human being, as a woman, as a part of this community, to use my God-given skill, right? That natural instinct to build and organize and structure and scale and use it to help my community during COVID.
It's such the why, the question we often ask ourselves, why am I doing this? Why am I so driven? Why am I called to do this? And then when other people turn it on you and go, why are you doing this? Why do you put yourself out there? Why don't you keep yourself safe? Olga and Lisa, do you identify with what both of these women were just talking about when we talk about the sense of duty and also the dangers that COVID brought to what you were doing out in the field?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, even outside of COVID, there have been lots of days when you're like, why am I getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning and going to work? And, when everything's going wrong, or, when the business, is about to run out of money, and, you're dealing with all of these issues, and you're just, running a commercial business is hard, and then running a socially driven business, I think, is even harder, and trying to make that work, and you're constantly questioning it. But during COVID, I think, we were very lucky in New Zealand that we didn't have a lot of cases, but particularly that first lockdown when things were so uncertain, everyone was asked to stay home. There's a sense of duty of not just your own family, but also the well-being of our staff, asking them to come in every day. It's like, should we be doing that? And their safety was so paramount to us. But again, we gave staff the option whether to come or not. And everyone did. And, we had staff that decided not to go and stay with their families, or, just keep their bubbles really limited to protect everyone else in our workplace as well. So, I think that sense of commitment and duty just runs throughout, particularly, in times when it is so challenging.
Is that for you too, Olga? Do you feel like you're actually being called to do what you're doing? Is this something that's much bigger than you, that even perhaps at times you don't understand?
Yeah, with COVID, I think we were privileged as a professional area, because we don't need to be face to face to the COVID, because we can provide online therapy and work as a remote company. But outside of the pandemic, sure, yes. And sometimes people, when I need to be involved, even sometimes at night, when some of the clients can be suicidal, or they need other help, not therapist, but maybe psychiatric, and we need to transfer them to the help they need, and we never dropped them there with their problems. We are trying to find the help they need outside our company. And when I'm doing it sometimes at night, a lot of my friends and my family telling me why are you doing this 2:00 in the night? Why you? And I'm also feeling this, that as Tammy said, that if life gave me an opportunity to do that and some abilities and skills, I have a duty to use that. So it should be a reason for that.
It's incredible. You're talking about people who are on the verge of suicide, and Lisa is talking about people who can't eat. And Temi is talking about people who will bleed to death without what she's doing. And Yetunde is talking about people who might not be able to survive or have their babies. These are all really life and death issues that each of you have stepped into. Yetunde, what if someone is listening to this in another country from yours, and they see a problem, but they're having that feeling that Lisa had at one point? Who am I to do this? I don't have the resources to do this. I'm just a mom, or I'm just a young woman out there. What can I bring to the table? What would you say to her?
I would say to them that, you have to find purpose. When people ask me why I started Market Doctors, because I had a choice to do a whole lot of other things. I worked in the health insurance industry. I could work in marketing. I could work as a public health physician. I could work in international organizations. So I had a lot of places I could work, a lot of other things I could do. But when there is a problem, I'm a people person. And when a problem wakes you up at night, and keeps you awake, and you're constantly thinking, what is happening to the common man on the street? You're constantly thinking, how is this person going to have access to healthcare? Then you know that there is a purpose in what you're doing. And I want to say that you don't need to wait for when it is good to start. I actually started at the lowest time in my life, when there was really nothing. So people feel that when you start an impact business, or you try to do something good for people, that you actually have some money stored somewhere and you just want to bring it out and you're giving people. No, you're giving of yourself. And you just have to start. Don't wait till when you're good, because that time will never come. Start where you are. Start where you are with what you have. And you'll be surprised at how many people are willing and want to support you. And even when people you know are not willing to support you, there will be people that will be raised up who will support you and who will make your dreams come true. So the time is now. They should not wait till when they have it all together. They will never really have it all together. The time is now. They should start now.
What's the first thing they should do?
The first thing they should do is just go out. I mean, the first day I went to the market, I just took a canopy, a table, and a chair, and a nurse friend. It wasn't as if I had anything. That's why I said they should go with what is in their hands. Whatever they have, they should take it along. It's never too small. It's the purpose, the intent when they get to where they're going to say, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to achieve. And you'll be surprised at the number of people who have been waiting for what you are bringing. Because as you tell them, you'll see people saying, oh, I'd actually wanted this 2 years ago. Oh, my sister wanted this last year. Oh, you'll be surprised that the whole world is waiting for you to back what is inside you. So go out just how you are. Step out. And I'm sure that people are waiting for what is within you.
I love that. Do not wait for when you are good or when you have the money. Just step out. I love that image of you bringing the chair and the table and the nose spray and just sitting down and actually not being in a good place.
Exactly. People think that you're okay, and that's why you're doing all of this. I'm sure Olga, Lisa, Tammy, I'm sure you all know that you didn't start where you add it all together. You know, it's just taking that big leap and saying, this is what I want to do. Because you see, when you have a purpose and you don't try it out, you will never be satisfied wherever else you are. You will never be satisfied. But when you're working with your purpose, it won't be work. It is what you're called to do. I'm surprised I work every day of the week. I'm constantly looking for what to do in the market. I'm constantly looking at how to make life better in terms of health for the common man. I'm constantly looking for how people are going to have access to healthcare in an affordable manner. I'm constantly looking for partners. And that's what I do all 24/7. I'm just doing, it's rolling, it's on a rolling base. I couldn't have done that if I was on a job. I couldn't have done that if it wasn't my purpose. I couldn't have done that. So if you find yourself not sleeping at night, waking up and same thing keeps ringing in your head, it's time to go out. It's time to go out. Don't say you're a woman. There is a lot of power in women. There's a lot of power. There's the ability to do so much. You can cook, strap your child at the back, let's take a phone call, and at the same time, you're thinking of your mom out of town. You can be doing 5 to 6 things, which men may not be able to do together. So there's so much power in being a woman, and you can achieve it. Don't think you can do it. If the time is now, take that step and do it. Just do it.
I love that. That is so rousing. Tammy, what does it mean to you to be part of this larger global fellowship that you're in with the Cartier Women's Initiative? What difference has that made in your organization?
It is incredible to be part of the Cartier Women's Fellowship. You know, I say it all the time that, you know, it's like having this superhero team doing basically just having my group, right? I have my teammates, I have my people, and they're scattered all over the world, right? You know, in every continent across the world, there are women who are building great businesses, and there's a sense of community, and that there's a sense that you're not alone, right? Whatever problem you're facing, you're part of a community, and it's not just about, oh, you know, this is great, but it's not just about getting along. It's also about having hard skills, right? It's about like solving problems in your business. It's about knowing how to scale your business, because really, you know, in our part of the world, women start businesses. You know, the problem is women, you know, the scaling the business to be a very large business, you know, to be global, you know, is sort of like the challenge. So for me, it is really learning all the skills that I need to really build LifeBank to becoming all to fulfilling its promise, right? And I think when I think of Cartier's Women Initiative, it is about that training and actually now seeing what's possible, because there are many women ahead of me, right? Who've done what I'm trying to do, who are sort of like, I've done multiple rounds, who've been sort of like in multiple continents, and we're doing great work. And I just look forward to getting there as well and following in their footsteps. So it's having like big sisters and little sisters and just like this big giant sisterhood that is global. It's incredible, and it's an honor of my work.
Do you feel the same way, Olga, that you're in this larger collective, this larger community, and that you're learning skills by being one of the fellows in the Cartier Women's Initiative?
Yeah, because it's so much support and inspiration, and a sense that you are not doing this alone. And I'm always so inspired by the stories of all women from the Cartier Women's Initiative, and even now. And after every group gathering we have, I'm always telling my friends, like, oh my God, I have such amazing girls in the fellowship group. Like, they are doing so cool things, like listen, and telling them about the businesses and the projects women have. So it's so amazing to be a part of this group, and a Cartier team providing so much support in terms of coaching and education. And it also matters because I'm a current fellow. I became a fellow just this year, so now I'm in the middle of the educational training, and it's also super interesting and inspiring, and I learned a lot from this experience. So yeah, it's an amazing opportunity, really.
What difference, Lisa, has it made to you? Do you think, had you not had this kind of support system, maybe your organization wouldn't have survived, or maybe you would have done something different?
Yeah, I think it's just like, even a session like this, you walk away feeling inspired and motivated. And, when being a entrepreneur and a business owner, it can be really lonely. And, there are times when you feel demotivated and you want to give up. And then, you connect with this network, and, it gives you that kind of energy to just keep going, because the issues that we are all solving collectively, as you said, Maria, are just so important. For Eat My Lunch, it's been very focused on New Zealand. And I think, the Cartier Women's Network's kind of helped me look beyond just what's happening in my own country, and potentially, how we can take this overseas. And so it's helped me think about, scalability, processes operationally, how we can do this. So yeah, it's been absolutely invaluable.
Yetunde, I want to ask you about that. You're saying to women, don't wait till you're good. Don't wait till you have money. Maybe don't even wait till you become a fellow in the Cartier Women's Initiative. Just put your baby on your back, get out there, get your chair, get your little table, and go. And for so many women, that's daunting. They're just like, I can't do that. I don't barely have the funds to take care of myself and my children and maybe my parents. How do I even do something like that? How do I get chosen by the Cartier Women's Initiative? How do I start an organization? How do I find my community like you women have?
If there's a will, there's a way. And I'll tell you, all the amazing women you're seeing here that we were together here, I've met them before. Electronically. I've met Tammy. I know Tammy. Even if we've not met physically, I know her so much. I mean, I've met a lot of wonderful women. I could begin to name them in the Cartier network, even before I got to the Cartier network. That's why I say if there's a will, there's a way. And when I got to Cartier, when I became a fellow, one thing that struck me is that you can transform that small solution that you're providing. You can actually transform it to something big. Because you may not have the insight about what you're doing. That's why I say you may not have the skills. I mean, I'm a medical doctor, so I didn't have the business skills per se, but getting into Cartier, following Cartier, and seeing the kind of resources available. If you just send a short message to any Cartier fellow, jury, mentor, anybody in the community, you'll be surprised at the response that you're going to get. because they're going to reach out to you. They're going to help you out with whatever you need. If it's advice, if it's to look over a document, if it's to network with someone or commit you to meeting someone, they're going to do that for you. And that's what I found in the Cartier network, even before I became a fellow. And becoming a fellow has made me begin to think of my business as more than a Nigerian business, as a global business. There are people to look at. I mean, if I look at Temi's business, I say, if Temi can do this, I can do this, I can do better. There are a lot of women in the Cartier network that are doing amazing things. They're scaling and they're still making impact. It's not a competition, it's a sisterhood. And that's what Cartier is bringing, Women Initiative is bringing together. You just feel someone else speaks, someone else in the network speaks, and the person speaks just like you.
Temi, what does that mean to you when you hear her say that she's
the person has the
inspired
same
by you?
Like you.
Yeah, I mean she's my big sister, and so it's a little bit difficult to believe, but it's incredibly, it's an honor to inspire amazing work. I'm already inspired by what she's doing. I'm already learning how she's talking about, what they've been able to do, and I'm already thinking about how do we work together. So for me, it's just deeply inspiring. Olga, Lisa, everyone, I think you are all incredibly inspiring. Yet today, the work you do is just incredible. So thank you. I feel inspired, and I feel duty bound to continue to grow and push and really show what's possible for young women are out there, and any woman out there who want to do important work and who want to solve problems in their community. And for me, I think it's just really incredible to inspire this movement.
So Lisa, what is your final thoughts? You said that the Cartier Women Initiatives have made you think beyond New Zealand. How big are you thinking?
So I think, Eat My Lunches, Buy One, Give One model can be applied anywhere in the world where there is food insecurity and food inequality, and that's pretty much anywhere. So, it makes sense for us to go to Australia, Canada, some of the other countries that don't have government-funded school lunches, but also, in any part of the world where people aren't eating and suffering from food insecurity. And Cartier has really kind of helped me look beyond New Zealand, and how we can actually take this concept beyond our small part here down at the end of the world.
And you, Olga, the final word. The world definitely is in trouble when it comes to depression, increased rates of suicide, anxiety. Do you see a global plan for what you are doing, and a need for sure?
Yeah, I am. And we are planning to use more technology and include it into the therapy process in order to make it more affordable to more people. And we are planning expansion as well, thinking about Europe and US and maybe Latin America. But we'll see.
Well, I want to thank all of you women for inspiring me, for sure, for inspiring our audience, empowering them. I love, there were so many great takeaways. Just get your chair, get your table, as Yatunda said, find out what it is that keeps you up at night. Don't worry that you don't have the skills or that you don't have what it takes, because every single woman that you heard today thought, why me? Why hasn't this problem been solved? And then they stepped in. They stepped into a big problem in their country. They started small. They didn't get discouraged. And then they found community. They found support, not just in each other, not just through the Cartier Women's Initiative, but by everybody stepping in. And it is so inspiring that you can empower, you can educate, you can be brave, you can think about your family and think about your community and make a difference in both places. I think that's such a uniquely female calling, to say, like, I want to make the lives of other families better. I want my family to be good, but I also want other families to have what I have, whether it's what Lisa was saying, my children can eat, I want other children to eat. Or Olga saying, I needed and benefited from therapy, I want others to do the same. Or Teme saying, you know, I was able to afford healthcare and was able to give birth without the fear of bleeding to death. And therefore, but I know how many people do bleed to death, and I'm going to stop that. I'm going to expand. And also, obviously, with Yatunda saying, you know, I'm just going to take my chair and my table and my nose spray, and I'm going to go and I'm going to make survival kits and maternity kits. I'm going to hear what people are saying, and I'm going to respond to where the people are. And I'm going to see myself as an architect of change. And I, for one, am deeply moved by all of you. I am motivated by all of you. I am inspired by all of you. And I thank you on behalf of the Cartier Women's Initiative, but really I thank you on behalf of women around the world because you are making the lives of women all over this world and children better, because you asked those deep questions and you said, why not me? Why not me? And I'm going to step forward. I'm going to make the difference. I'm going to make my life count, and I'm going to make others' lives better. So I want to thank you all for joining us today. Congratulations, and congratulations for looking at COVID and facing it down, expanding. And thank you for your vision, determination, perseverance, imagination, and guts. You inspire me. Thank you.
Now that was anti-fragility in action. After a year of absolute mayhem, the world is slowly getting back on course, thanks in great part to the unrelenting work of scientists. Cartier Women's Initiative wanted to honor the work of women scientists who are pioneering groundbreaking innovations and paving the way for more women to embrace careers in science and tech. That is why a new award category was launched last year, the Science and Technology Pioneer Award. Our first speaker is from Turkey, and she is working on nothing less than a cure for cancer. Conventional cancer treatments can be extremely painful for a cancer patient and their family. But this pioneering scientist has developed a cure that's effective and also preserves the patient's health and well-being. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Reina Sanyol.
Despite medical progress, cancer is still one of the most serious challenges for humanity. In 2018 alone, we lost 10 million people to cancer. This translates to 40 lives lost by the end of this 2-minute talk. By 2035, the number of new cases is estimated to increase by 70%. What we have developed with my team is a cure with a smile, where the patient, your loved one, does not suffer through miserable side effects. We can easily kill tumor cells in a petri dish, but to kill cancer cells without harming the rest of the body is the real challenge. That's our pledge, to keep up the quality of life during treatment. We have developed a drug delivery platform that packages the toxic agent so that it doesn't harm the healthy cells until it reaches the tumor. As I speak, our first drug candidate is being administered to the patients in the hospital. This is the first drug candidate ever to complete the journey from lab to clinic in Turkey. I cannot tell you how proud that makes me feel. The future of oncology will be targeted therapies, precisely identifying and attacking cancer cells only. This is a field that does not just need collaboration between multiple disciplines. The field needs co-creation, so that we don't just have one more drug on the market, but have an ecosystem that fosters innovation of novel medicines. Since they are the ultimate creators, women are at the heart of these innovation efforts. If you are doing something worthwhile, you change lives. If you're helping women to do something worthwhile, you change the world.
Thanks, Rana. In dealing with an immediate crisis, we sometimes lose sight of the bigger picture. While we have been understandably preoccupied with getting a handle on a global pandemic, there is another pressing and looming challenge that will have even more tragic consequences on humanity: climate change. Well, one person certainly hasn't lost sight of it and is actively working to help meet the world's energy needs. Please welcome Dr. Christina Gengu, the CEO and founder of Agora Energy from Canada.
Energy is fundamentally interlinked with human development. Those who have access to it thrive. For those who don't, they barely survive. However, if we don't change the manner we produce energy, for all of us, there will be a point of no return. At present, more than 3/4 of the energy generation ends up in 40 billion tons of CO2 being released into the atmosphere. Steady accumulation over the past century led us to the most challenging problem we are facing today, the climate change. In addition to this, little is known that behind the energy system, there are hidden social, environmental, and health costs that amounts to roughly $25 trillion, entire global GDP. Something has to change for the future. We have to be able to innovate and develop new technologies where energy is delinked for carbon emission. That's why I created Agora Energy, a company that is positioning itself for an electric future with abundant and robust energy storage and low carbon technologies. So what is it that we do? We created a unique technology where CO2 is used at one end and clean electricity is produced at the other. By doing this, we eliminate the supply chain dependent minerals and mining of hazardous materials. By being scalable and inexpensive, this battery can be easily adopted in developing countries as well as the affluent one. Negative carbon electricity for all seems impossible. However, it's not possible until it's done.
Thank you, Christina. Did you know that 1.8 billion people use a contaminated source of drinking water? That's because the vast majority of wastewater flows back into the ecosystem without being treated or reused. Luckily, our third science and technology pioneer has developed a solution to that problem. Please welcome Ariana Bretzinger, USA, founder and CEO of Aquacycle.
Globally, more people have a cell phone than a toilet. 80% of wastewater that is generated worldwide, both residential and industrial, is discharged to the environment with minimal or no treatment at all. And this has devastating impacts on human and environmental health. This problem persists because conventional wastewater treatment methods require massive infrastructure investment, highly trained operators, and have significant energy demands, making them impractical in many areas of the world. My name is Oriana Bretschger. I'm the CEO and founder of Aquacycle, and we imagine a world where wastewater treatment can happen anywhere in the world, without an energy grid and without a sewer grid, and is safe and accessible to everyone. Aquacycle technology pilots operating since 2016 have demonstrated net zero energy requirements, 80% sludge elimination, and treatment rates that are at least twice as fast as incumbent technologies. All benefits leading to a 60% reduction in overall operational costs for on-site wastewater treatment. Aquacycle technology can be integrated as a part of a full solution for decentralized wastewater treatment for food and beverage companies, residential applications, and swine and dairy farms. Aquacycle is proud to be a part of the water industry and one of the many innovators helping to address some of the world's most challenging environmental and human health issues. To accelerate change and technology adoption within the water industry, we need to raise awareness of the existing problems. We need to establish local and global communities and relationships. We need to increase the diversity of voices working to solve these challenges. And we must expand our manufacturing capacity to global networks. We are thrilled to be embarking on a journey to accomplish these goals.
Thanks, Oriana. Next up, we have a message from a special guest. She's a children's book author, lawyer, and founder of the Phenomenal Woman campaign. I personally wear my Phenomenal Woman t-shirt proudly. We asked Mina Harris to answer the question, what is one defining adjective that you would like more women to own, and why?
Hi, everyone. I'm Mina Harris. I am a mom, a lawyer, the founder and CEO of Phenomenal, and I'm also a kids book author. I wrote my second kids book, Ambitious Girl, that just came out this January. And I wrote Ambitious Girl because I was raised in what I now realize is a pretty unique family of all women, and I was taught that ambition is a good thing, that it means purpose and determination and power and having a dream and a vision and going for it and not letting anyone get in your way. And female ambition really was my worldview. It's what I saw every single day, and it was encouraged every single day. And I realized as I got older, as I entered the workforce in particular, that society tells us something much different about ambition, and in particular, female ambition. And it is negative. It is something that we are taught to hide, to diminish, to not embrace and not share, right? And it's something that I think we all have, but we're told to stay in our place, and you can be ambitious, but not too ambitious. You can be successful and powerful, but not too much. And I really, as a parent, was thinking about, what am I teaching my girls? I have a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I want them to be raised how I was, to know and believe that female ambition is a good thing. And so I wrote this book to really unpack the, importance of this, and to recognize that language has power, and we have the opportunity, especially as parents, especially with the next generation, as educators, to reclaim these words, to reframe them and redefine them as the positive that we all know they are. So that's why I wrote Ambitious Girl, and it's just been extraordinary to see the response to it. And I'm very heartened by people realizing it's not just for girls, and it's not just important for little girls like my daughters to see that and to hear that and learn that. It's just as important for boys and men to admire female leadership and female ambition, and to respect it and to support it. So that's why I wrote the book, and it's just been an extraordinary journey becoming an author. It was somewhat accidental. It really was a personal journey for me in the beginning, and it really was rooted in becoming a new parent and thinking about what I'm teaching my children and how we're raising the next generation. I really think in particular that, children's books, and I was realizing this as, a new parent, just have so much power, right? I was really appreciating the power of children's literature, where this idea of representation is that you can't be what you can't see. And as I was reading books with my kids, I was realizing they want to be what they see on the pages of books. And too often, they are left out, right? We have a long way to go in terms of diversity in children's books to represent female ambition, to represent girls of color as the leaders who are the protagonists, whose eyes you're seeing the story through. So that was something else that really motivated me and inspired me to start writing kids' books. And I'm just really thankful to be a part of this event. I think this concept of the ripple effect is something that really drives me in what I do. And the idea is that each of us has a role to play, no matter how small. For me, recently it's been writing kids' books, and that's sort of my contribution. But when each of us does that, when each of us decides that we're going to do something and take a step to use our voices, or to create more representation in the world, or to create some other positive change, then the next person does that. The next person sees that, then they do it, and the next person. And that is when you truly have the chance to change culture, right? When we're talking about things things like double standards for women and how we use language like ambition and ambitious. But it's also how we can start movements, right? It's really about each person taking that step and deciding that they're going to do something. And when all of us do that, that's when we truly have the chance to create extraordinary positive change.
Congratulations, we did it. This concludes day one of our program. I don't know about you all, but I'm bursting with information, inspiration, and hope for what's to come. We opened with an introduction to the women entrepreneurs who were celebrating, and I was especially inspired by their wisdom. One of them quoted Marian Wright Edelman in saying that you can't be what you can't see. So it's not enough to be at the table. We must create seats for other women. We must believe in ourselves and just go for the impossible. Ulrika Mordier gave us a big picture lay of the land. COVID-19 has widened the gap between rich and poor. But we can make progress if we make the right choices. And she reminded us that the right choices are also the smart ones. We also learned about the power of new alliances. Partnership and collaboration is the optimal way to scale solutions to the world's toughest problems. Solidarity is the key to success. And as Melody Hobson shared, the best way to get others to follow is to succeed. After the insights from Nassim, we're all poised to be anti-fragile. Finally, one thing that has come out of our final talks is that cross-cutting issues also need cross-cutting innovative solutions that bring together a diversity of players. Tomorrow, our focus will be all about growing and sustaining the ripple effect. Once we've been able to trigger the ripple, how do we continue its momentum? With good leadership, by cultivating the right traits, and by relying on a solid ecosystem. We're going to hear from Jacqueline Novogratz on embracing moral leadership. Our impact entrepreneurs are going to share with you traits that define them and the experiences that got them to where they are today. And we're going to delve into what it takes to build an ecosystem of sponsors, investors, and enablers for women entrepreneurs. Then we'll start to make some waves. The ripple effect doesn't stop at the entrepreneurial's immediate ecosystem. It needs to percolate to the culture, breaking stereotypes and challenging dominant narratives to drive cultural change. We'll sit down with leading figures from the world of film, tech, and venture capital. We'll even travel to the final frontier with Ellen Ochoa, the first Latina in space. Finally, you know my personal favorite, the Founder Showcases. Don't forget to attend the Founder Showcases and meet our 2020 and 2021 fellows. When you come back tomorrow, you can join us right here on the event platform at Cartier Women's Initiative 2021.com. You are all now pros at submitting your questions to the speakers in the Q&A box and on the sessions page. Keep it up and keep up the networking as well. You can search and filter attendees and chat with them via the platform. In addition to our platform, you can watch the sessions on Facebook, YouTube, and on the Cartier Women's Initiative website. If anyone has shared an insight that you find valuable, don't keep it to yourself. Tweet using the hashtag #TheRippleEffect. I'll see you tomorrow.
you.